Dark, shut your dirty ass up, nigga. Nobody wants to hear you speak, you stupid bitch.
Yep. He was a troll
What
the
was
whole
that?
time.
Okay, would somebody? All right, listen.
That was
Yeah,
The
what's up?
next, all right, listen. The next time Nancy Pelosi gets in here again, ban her right away. Okay.
wow.
All right. Yeah,
Whose
that was
Um,
username
Nancy
was that?
That was Nancy Pelosi. Okay.
Darth, what were you saying to me before, about my
Okay.
name?
All right. Yeah. In order to make propositions that are true and intelligible, their actuality and intelligibility derive from their worldview. Do you understand that?
I don't, what does that have to do with my name?
I'm not talking about your name. Okay. I'm making a comment about what you said about Jason Lee Scott.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Now, do you understand that in order when you invoke a proposition or a putative fact,
Mm-hmm.
in order for it to possess actuality and intelligibility, it must be worldview specific. Okay. If the proposition doesn't derive from a worldview, and specifically a defensible worldview, then the proposition itself becomes meaningless and unintelligible. Right. So, do you understand that so far?
Um, so yeah,
All right.
I get
Let me give you an illustration. When an atheist and a theist both look up at the sky and they both say, "Wow, the sky is blue today," right? They are seemingly making the same thing, same statement, but beneath what each of those are saying is an unstated premise, where one is saying the sky is blue today without God, and the other one is saying the sky is blue with God, right? So now
mm,
once we pull back the curtain and we show the unstated premise behind those propositions, now these propositions are mutually exclusive. Okay? You understand?
well, I get what you're saying, but so do you think that his
Do you understand
argument?
so far?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So that when somebody is arguing for propositions, right, they're either going to have an explicit or an implicit worldview that provides the grounding, the foundation for the truthfulness, actuality, and intelligibility of those propositions. Okay, so are we clear?
Yes.
Now,
Um,
Jack Angstreich, Jason Lee Scott, makes propositions and inferences all the time. In order for those propositions that he asserts to be true and intelligible, they're going to have to be grounded in his worldview, and his worldview is going to have to be defensible. What is his worldview?
I'm not 100% sure. I've
Okay,
spoken to him a few
okay?
times. And,
Is the Christian worldview true?
well, yeah, I do agree with the Christian
Okay,
worldview, but
does he accept the Christian worldview?
well, I agree with it, but I
Okay,
think
listen
that
to me. You need to focus on my
what?
question and don't give me an answer that doesn't bear resemblance to the question I asked. Okay? Because
Darth,
then I'm going to kick you. Do you
I'm
understand?
sorry. Yes, it's
Okay.
just Jason.
Now when I
Okay,
ask a question, don't overtalk me again or I'm going to kick you.
okay, my bad.
Now, when since the Christian worldview is true, and I agree with you, that propositions that are not rooted and grounded in the Christian worldview, those propositions now become unintelligible given their worldview. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are Jason Lee Scott's propositions grounded in the Christian worldview?
I think that in the Christian worldview, no, because he's an
Okay,
atheist.
so
But
then everything he says emanates from idolatry.
okay, is it okay if I give what I think now, or
No, so why do you think he's smart when everything he did now does he know what it is that makes does Jason Lee Scott know what imposes and institutes what is possible and impossible? Does he know that?
No, I'm not sure he knows exactly.
No.
But
Does
I'm not.
he? I did listen. Does he know it at all? What it is that institutes and secures what's possible and impossible?
No. Would you know that
Well,
either?
well, as a Christian, we'd know that.
Well, we know what the Christian. Okay.
All
Is it
right. So
okay?
what you see, you think he's smart, but the
I
point is,
think that.
God says he. Okay, bye bye. See
You
you
know what? I'm
later. We're
sorry.
done. We're done. Okay.
Feel
Where
hurt,
do they grow
sir.
the? Where do they grow these people?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak over you. You can
Okay,
continue.
good. I'm sorry too. Bye bye.
Darth, I am so sorry you have to deal with people with that.
Yo, Darth, I was gonna ask you if you want to debate like Naruto,
I didn't. You're gonna have to repeat.
I was gonna
Um,
ask you if you wanted to debate the morals of Naruto.
He's a troll. Get rid of him.
Yeah,
I'm
get
like,
rid of him,
bro,
Darth.
You do know. Well,
um,
hold on a second. Listen to me. Uh, we welcome people coming in here disagreeing, debating with us. But
oh
if you
yeah,
troll, okay, I'm going to just warn you once. If you troll, I'm going to ban you without warning.
but I'm not trolling, Mr. Dawkins. I was just wondering. Jason Lee Scott just DM'd me and said he wanted to debate you, but he.
Okay.
Darth, do you
He
debate
came back in
fiction?
again.
I removed him from the room, but this time I kicked him from the server. Okay. I told him. So, Taken, do you understand? Don't troll and you won't get banned. Okay.
I mean that's fine, but I don't see how I'm trolling.
Okay.
What
You're
if
I
talking
Naruto?
about a
I
fictional
won't. I
TV
won't.
show.
I'm not going to debate this with you. All right.
Okay, okay, Darth Dawkins, but I'm talking to the guy above you. Why am I so like? Even if I'm talking about a fiction show, why am I trolling?
Because no one wants to. No one wants to
We're
debate
okay.
ethics.
Well, that's your opinion.
Okay,
Like that's
shut
just
up. Okay, be
subjective, right?
quiet. Be quiet. Listen to me. We're
Go
not
ahead,
going to
Darth Dawkins.
discuss. We're not going to discuss this any further. Did you want to talk about atheism, theism, religion, worldviews, metaphysics, Christianity? What?
Um, is it okay if we talk about theism? I'm a theist as well, but
He's back again. Okay.
I mean, in fairness, he does sound like he's trying to like at least engage with you and be on something that's sensible. I mean, even if
Are you
you think
talking?
that yeah, like
Are you talking about Yiddish?
yeah, I feel like that at least he's not like
No,
I
no.
don't think he's trying to be
Okay,
outright rude.
Tiger. That ship has sailed. Okay.
I mean, all right, well then I guess I'll just discuss the worldview thing with you because it seems very questionable. Do you think that like people who don't have the same worldview as you can't be intelligent? Like if they have conflicting worldviews, even if they have a
No,
wrong worldview.
there are look, let's say I were to enroll in a class on logic at my local university and the professor is an atheist.
Mhm.
God has granted that unbelievers through studying this world, even to the extent of studying our thinking introspectively, that we can that even that atheist or unbeliever can learn a lot about God's world. But when they are standing their ground on their worldview, right? Even
Mhm.
if they understand certain things that are true, even logical truths, they're only logically true given the Christian worldview. But the things that you and I might deem are true, they would not be true given their worldview because truth and falsity will be completely inaccessible. So the atheist professor in logic, although he may learn things about logic the way God has um, ordained the ways that we should think, he comes to know these things by the grace of God in spite of his inconsistency with his worldview.
When he
But
tries to
if
explain what he knows with respect to the system that he thinks he exists in, he can't do it.
So, for example, instead of just talking about certain logical truths, suppose he says the sky is blue today on a cloud-free day. Now, this is true given the God of the Bible's world, but if he tries to maintain that the sky is blue, um, without the necessity of referencing the God of the Bible, then it's vacuous because his worldview doesn't have any background information or metaphysical foundation for where truth and falsity is accessible. Okay.
Okay. So basically, he's smart, but he's ignorant smart to your worldview. So
No,
if he doesn't believe in the Christian God,
unbelievers can learn things that are true about God's world, but what they state to be true while they steadfastly maintain the falsity of the Christian worldview, either explicit or implicitly, then what they are saying is simply vacuous. Okay. Even let's say an atheist truck driver, AAA guy comes and he's changing my tire and he shows me the correct way to change the tire. Well, he's showing me the correct way in God's world. And it's because of the way God created this world, the way he created him, the way he created physics, chemistry, right? But when he maintains that this is a correct way, that it is in virtue of his worldview and not the Christian God, then his position is vacuous because in his worldview, nothing is impossible. Nothing can be sustained to be impossible. Therefore, there is no right or wrong way given his worldview. There can only be right and wrong ways to do things in the world that the God of the Bible created. If you reject that, then you're going to have to explain to me what it is that imposes how anything is. And you won't be able to do that.
so you're saying that there can't be right and wrong without God? Like do you think that the laws of logic are just ascertained within God? Or like, am I confused there?
The laws of logic are a reflection of the eternal nature and character of God.
Wait, what? Wait, but isn't okay?
The
Wait.
law
The
of
gods are logic,
identity,
yeah?
the law of identity that all entities are what they are in a given time index are a reflection of God because everything that exists that is not God is a revelatory action of God. And God cannot lie, God cannot exude falsehood. So whatever God creates is also revelatory of him and it is true and it cannot equal its denial. Okay? So the laws of logic as abstractions about all entities are a reflection of God's creative power and his eternal character.
Now, the question for the atheist is, where do they get laws of logic from?
That's a goodie.
I guess that's a good
Are
point.
there even laws? Are these even laws that exist?
Are
FaceTime,
you
bro.
saying that they're not so you don't believe that they're like self-evident truths? You don't think that they're just axiomatic standing on their own?
Okay, well, they might be self-evident in the context of God's world where he creates us and he makes certain things evident to us that we could not think otherwise because it's a part of God's redemptive plan of history. But if you exclude the God of the Bible as the creator, ontologically speaking, then how is anything self-evident? Now,
Right.
I have said in the past that nothing is self-evident. Okay, and what I mean by that is nothing is evident in and of itself. It might be self-evident given it derives from God's creative works, and therefore, what is self-evident, it can be actual and intelligible because it derives and is within the context of God's creating this world and revealing himself. But if we're going to exclude God from our frame of reference, then there is no ultimate frame of reference in order for there to be facts, in order for there to be self-evident things.
2,000 years ago, people thought it was self-evident that the sun went around the earth.
Yeah. So self-evidence of certain things can only be actual and intelligible within the Christian worldview because of God's creation and his redemptive plan of human history. Dismiss that as irrelevant or unworthy of belief, and you're not going to be able to establish how anything is self-evident.
Okay, I guess.
Unless you want to believe it on blind faith. Do you believe in laws of logic on blind faith?
blind faith. I don't know. I guess I wouldn't really say. I guess I wouldn't really if I'm like. I guess if I'm taking the atheist stance, even though I'm kind of not. But
Well,
if
are you?
I took the
Okay.
if I took the
All right.
atheistic stance, right? I
All
guess I
right.
would
Can you get
say
closer to
like
your microphone, please?
my fault. So if I took the atheistic stance, right? I guess I would say right that
No, we
I don't
we
know. I
don't
guess I
want
wouldn't
you.
take the
We don't
unblind.
want
I guess I wouldn't.
you to play pretend here. Okay. What we want you to do is tell
I
us
mean,
right now. Do you believe that God is the eternal creator?
I don't really think so. I guess I'm agnostic. I guess I just haven't really seen a good like
Okay.
personally. I just
Right.
haven't seen like a good argument for it.
Okay. Well, here's the problem. What you are saying is not coherent upon actual examination. So when you say you haven't seen any evidence, that means you've decided that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing God, or that all facts collectively indicate God. So how did you determine that?
More so just looking at basically like the Kalam, presuppositionalism, and basically a couple other arguments that
No,
are
listen to me carefully.
basically like the basis for the
How
Kalam.
did you
Like,
determine? Listen to me. You're not listening. How
Mhm.
did you determine that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing God as the precondition?
I just don't think that anyone or anything can tell me from a
That's
from a
not an
logical
answer to my
standpoint
question.
that
I will
something is
repeat the
illogical.
question.
Wait,
Okay.
wait,
Listen,
wait, wait.
is your name Dak?
No.
Okay. Now I will ask the question
Thank,
again.
thank goodness.
Who the
How did
fuck
you
is that?
determine? How did you determine that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing God as the precondition? How did you determine that?
Just necessary like why facts are real. I guess I don't know. I guess shrug.
Well, you just told me that none of the facts that you're aware of necessitate referencing God, right?
Yeah, I don't think that they need God. I
All
mean,
right.
it's kind of questionable.
How did you determine that?
Because I feel like that you could still have a possible worldview without like God
No, you're
necessarily
not.
being
You're just giving me
the case.
a wall of words now. You're
Yeah, I'm
not
kinda
saying
confused.
anything. Okay. Why are you ever talking
I
to me?
mean,
Okay.
I'm
I'm
not trying to
asking.
overtalk you.
Okay. Listen to me. How old are you?
Old enough.
Are
Why
you
are you
an
asking my age over the internet?
are you okay? Listen, dude, my patience has absolutely evaporated with you. Okay, now you're acting like an imbecile. All right. The reason why I ask
Oh
you how
boy.
old you are is because I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt if you're just a dumb, obnoxious teenager. But if you're an adult, then
hmm
I'm not going to be so patient. Are you an adult?
I mean, I don't know, Darth. Am I? I don't know. Darth.
Okay, we got a
I'm
live
not gonna give.
one. There we go.
Yeah,
He's
he's done.
banned.
He's done.
There we go. All right, now people say, "Oh, Darth bans people because he doesn't like what they say." How many second chances did I give that troll?
Wait, I missed what he said.
Well, the second the question drops about how he determined that all facts don't reference God, that's when they want to take the escape hatch out of the conversation.
No, he was clearly trolling. I gave him multiple opportunities to stop trolling. I warned him over and over again that he was going to get banned, and he didn't care. So he wanted to keep on poking me in the eye. Okay, now you're banned.
He wanted to get banned, right?
How many warnings should I give these people?
Now, when that ends up on YouTube, there's going to be comments like, Darth loses again.
Darth Dawkins loses his mind.
Yeah, when Tom Rabbit inevitably posted.
Darth Dawkins, Matt, yes. I would like to have a conversation.
On what?
The existence of a Christian God.
Right.
Okay.
So, I'm just gonna ask you: do you affirm that position? Affirm that he exists?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Can you speak up a little louder, man?
Can you?
Push your mic.
Is this okay? Can you not hear me?
So
You
pretty
still sound
faint.
far.
Hold on. Give me a second. All right, is this better? Is this any better?
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
All right.
By the
So
way,
why?
I was in a car accident the other day, and I sustained some facial injuries, and the doctor scheduled reconstructive surgery, and he said, well, you're looking pretty bad right now, but given the new plastic surgery technology, we can really improve their looks. Is there anyone who you would rather look like? And I said, yes. I said, can you make me look like Eli Ayala? And he says, yeah, no problem.
I guess that will make you look like a really handsome Hispanic man, which is cool if you don't have a problem with that.
Easy. Darth Vader says easy.
Oh, gosh.
All right.
How about
So
Richard Dawkins?
Go ahead, oh my.
you
On
could just
my.
call me on my Yoda.
So you're an atheist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
All right. I was gonna ask you the same thing about your theist position.
Okay. Matt, do you want to go first?
Sure.
Go ahead, Matt.
The trying God of Scripture is transcendently necessary for the precondition of the intelligibility of any fact whatsoever, as creator of all things. And he's done that via his general and special revelatory acts. That's our worldview in a nutshell. If you want to get to particulars, we can dive into it. But that's our overarching scheme.
All right. Can you repeat the first part? I didn't exactly get that. You were talking fast.
The triune God of the Scriptures is transcendently necessary for the precondition of the intelligibility of any fact whatsoever.
What do you mean by
Given his
transcendentally necessary?
necessary precondition. If you took the precondition away, things don't follow.
What's the difference
transcendentalist?
between this? Wait, hold on. What's the difference between regular modal necessity and transcendental necessity?
Transcendental is it has to be the case. It's a transcendental proof.
Well,
You know what
that's the same.
transcendental is?
You can define, sure.
No, really, your transcendental ultimate is going to ground any metaphysical necessity, epistemological necessity, and ethical necessity. It's the grand poobah of transcendentals. There's other things that are transcendentally necessary, but they're sub-transcendentals. What is the unity of all these transcendentals? That we actually do have different categories, classes that do precede other things, even concepts, and even chronologically. So these transcendentals need accounting for. What is the transcendental of all transcendentals? Even to account for deduction and induction, you need to have a worldview that can ground that, not just assert it and go, well, ain't that great? We just got induction and deduction. I don't need to account for that. Our worldview can account for both of those methodologies being employed.
Okay,
you have to
so
vindicate that transcendentally.
Okay. So Matt, yes, do you affirm that God is like the unity of all modal necessity?
What?
Is God the unity of all modal necessities? So all like principles and laws that we take to be absolute and true.
That you take to be? Like what?
There's no we take it.
Yeah.
We have different worldviews.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what you assert and what I assert is going to be different, especially paradigmatically.
Well, Matt, hold on. Stop over talking, please. There are things
I'm just clarifying that thing.
Yeah. So there are things that we both can universally affirm. These things are the laws of logic. We can also universally affirm laws of the universe.
Whoa.
I didn't ask you if you can affirm it. How do you ground it, bud? How do you count for them?
No,
I'm not asking, can you
hold
count? How do you account for your counting, bruh?
Well, Matt, I'm asking you a question.
That's the question. Yeah, you're missing the scope.
Matt, you're not understanding.
You're trolling. Bye-bye.
Well, wait, hold on.
Up with it. I understand exactly what you're saying. You're off the scope of what transcendental ultimate is. You're not touching that. You're like, well, can I assert some proximates here? I go, yeah, we're going to get to the issue of how do you ground those proximates? You got to get to the location of ultimacy. I don't see you positing ultimacy in contrary to the triune God of Scripture. So you're going to stay on topic. Quit red herring in it. Diving off the rails. So you better dot your I's and cross your T's here.
On my, propositions can only be true and intelligible only specific to one worldview. A proposition cannot be true and intelligible from more than one worldview. because only one worldview is true.
Yeah, only one can be the
So,
truth.
so it's
Oh,
fallacious for
okay.
you to say that we can both universally assert the same proposition, because one of those worldviews would have to be false.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Darth. All that I'm saying, and might ask you too. All that I'm saying is that there are things that we can all universally affirm,
Okay,
and
you're
these
not
things
getting
are
it.
A equals
Stop.
A. Wait, hold
Stop.
on. Wait, hold on.
Stop.
Hold on.
Stop.
Irrelevant.
Stop. Okay, listen. If you do not submit to moderation, I'm going to kick you. Now,
You're not understanding.
okay, but we got another run. Okay,
He
we
doesn't
got
wonder if he
another
can play
one.
that again.
Okay.
No, I
All
understand
right.
completely, and he knows he's just diving
He's
off the rails
trolling.
here.
He's trolling. All
Complete
right.
troll. Yeah.
Look. You're free to come in here and disagree, but you're not free to come in and troll. All right.
Right.
Look, he knows the rules. Okay.
I knew what he was talking about, and plus I went way better than what he was laying out, and he didn't deal with anything I was laying out. He just went sub-level. So
I mean, I've kicked Eli Ayala I don't know how many times for making fun of my dog and my cat, but he's gotten better, so we let him back in.
thought you had a ferret.
I'm actually happy I've never been kicked out. That's a good thing. That's a medal.
You lie!
All right, there he goes. Bye-bye.
Hey, Eli, have you seen my interaction between myself and PZ Myers?
I have not.
You got to look that up.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah. It's at Supreme Leaders channel. Just type in Darth Dawkins and PZ Myers.
What did it turn out?
This is a widely respected and renowned firebrand atheist who folded like a cheap lawn chair at a yard sale.
Now, was it like a respectful kind of, you guys went back and forth and got into some stuff, or was it like a wacko kind of
Well,
guy?
I began to ask him a question or two, and he got cornered by his own words, and he ran from the conversation. Just listen to it; you'll enjoy it.
Can I ask you a question, Darth?
Who's speaking?
It's me. It's Alien.
Go ahead.
Is it possible that there could be components that are shared by multiple worldviews?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Because
Not in principle.
Yeah, not in principle. Yeah, propositions are worldview specific. Now, let's say, for example, that there are certain rules of logic that have been discovered through introspection and reason by certain atheist philosophers. Right now, these might be true, but they're only true, actual, and intelligible because they derive from the God of the Bible. So, but they would not be true and actual given the atheistic worldview, because the atheistic worldview, there is no grounding. So I can learn something from my atheist logic professor, right? But the truth that he may stumble upon, his recognizing these truths that God has built into the world, he's inconsistent holding to them that they're truths given his worldview presuppositions.
Right. Right. The reason I ask is because I've heard of theistic evolution, and so it's like a component of reality that's shared by both atheists and these theistic evolutionists. It would be the evolution property is true.
The problem is the theory of evolution is essentially undirected.
Right.
So when you start positing theistic evolution, it's an oxymoron. It would then be a directed, undirected process. Now, what happens is evolutionists start to flip out and they say, but it's not undirected, it's natural selection. No, the arrangement of the nucleotides accrual are undirected. Okay.
That's right. But would you say that both of those are worldviews, and they both share that same, even though they're wrong, obviously, but they both do share that same component, or am I not
what component
if
of
someone
evolution?
Well, if someone believes in God and holds to evolution, then they would believe evolution exists because of God. If someone holds to evolution and does not believe in God, then they'd believe evolution exists because of not
Okay,
God.
I get
So
it now.
those would still be worldview specific.
You're right. You're right. I get it now.
Ideas.
Okay. Francis, how is evolution a fact?
The worldview is the underlying enthymeme.
Francis Doler-Hyde, how is evolution a fact?
Is somebody talking?
Yeah, if you're gonna post, you're gonna be in VC and you're gonna post comments, then no, you're not muted. I unmuted you. How is evolution a fact, Francis? You know, I feel like Deadpool. Francis,
Yeah, I'm here.
Francis.
Okay, so this is a scientific consensus. Right?
Come to your microphone.
There is a scientific consensus that evolution is a fact.
Francis, get out of the empty bathroom stall at McDonald's. Come closer to your microphone.
Wow, that sounded.
That was
wow.
worse.
It's you know what? It's 2021 and people can't get a decent microphone.
Like scrape it on the floor or something.
Yeah, that's.
Take the microphone out of your butt.
Francis Doler-Hyde. Can somebody mute him, please?
Somebody please explain to me why. All right, we're done with this guy. It's 2021 and people can't have.
I'm not sure. No, I think his microphone's perfect, Darth. I think he's having a satanic meltdown.
I think he fed it to the dog. He just tossed it to the dog. Here, eat this.
Darth, I wanted to say a couple of comments back. When people appeal to self-evident truths, I wanted to say that self-evident truths are not worldview independent. So that self-evident truths.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Beautiful. Self-evident truths are not worldview independent.
So then when you have two people appeal to self-evident truths, they're not in agreement in like a one-to-one correspondence. Their worldview context will make those self-evident truths actually differentiate from one another. It's just that some people are unaware of the connection between or the relation between their worldview context and what they call self-evident truths.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Everybody got that?
You're sorting
Does
immediacy.
everybody understand that?
Yeah. You're sorting immediacy within a worldview context, that's all.
Is there anyone in the room who did not understand what Eli said? And don't worry, if you don't understand it, Eli will go over it again. Okay.
I missed the last half of it. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Eli.
Well, I was saying that when people appeal to self-evident truths, it's kind of like a sort of given that everyone could agree on. What I was saying is that no self-evident truths are worldview independent. So that anything you claim that is self-evidently true is going to only have meaning and cogency within a worldview context. And if you don't share the same worldview, then these aren't self-evident. Even if you agree on the surface, when you dig a little deeper as to one's broader worldview context, there's not going to be an agreement in principle. There might be an agreement in practice. We all start with logic and this, that, and the other thing. But in principle, there's actually a diametrical difference because we don't have the same context that we're operating under.
It'll be the same token, but a different framework.
I think Darth.
There are. Let me just make a quick comment. There are recordings of me where morons on the internet tape me, and then they'll take isolated quotes where I'll say that nothing is self-evident, and then another video I'll say, well, it's self-evident. Well, Eli just clearly explained, elucidated what we're talking about. There are no self-evident truths that are worldview independent. There can be self-evident truths within the one true worldview of the God of the Bible, but there are no self-evident truths that are worldview independent. Well said, Eli. Thank you.
I think Darth points this out from a different vantage point when he asks the question, what's it self-evident to, your senses or your reason? Or something along those lines.
Yeah.
I
You know,
watched,
be a logical foundationalist, empirical foundationalist. You know.
I watched him lay waste to this girl, this Canadian girl, and I think that was
I gotta sign out, guys. So I'm gonna say bye. So take care,
All right,
guys.
but before you go, Eli, listen, you're
Yeah.
late on your Darth Dawkins fan club dues this month. All right, you know, we will give you a grace period, but there's only so long we can hold off.
You need to pony up.
waiting
Need
on
to,
my card.
need
All
to
right,
pony up,
Eli.
brother.
All right, I'll try to give it a listen.
All right.
God bless, guys. Take care.
See you later.
Yeah,
Where's
this
my card, Darth? I'm
this
looking for my
Canadian girl
card
was
bearing.
this Canadian girl was not.
It's in the mail, Bruce. It's on the way.
Yeah, check's in the mail. I've heard it before, Darth. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's cool. I was just bringing up this. I watched. I think it was yesterday. I watched Darth debating this girl, this Canadian girl, and she was not getting it. She was man, I wish I remembered her name. Maybe it was Shannon. No, I wish I remembered her name. I don't know why I brought it up, but he was talking about people not getting it, and it just reminded me of that because she was not yeah, she was not following.
There are lots of people who get it and want to pretend they don't get it, or they know that they will get it if they listen to them for long enough, so they just don't let that happen. They don't want to get it.
She kept saying this thing. I'm trying to remember what she kept avoiding. She kept avoiding this. Yeah. She would not buckle down and answer questions. She would avoid, like, these weird ways. She would avoid his question. It was crazy. I'm trying to look up the name right now. It blew me away the way she was dodging, the way she was like evading.
Was this an official debate?
Was it?
No, it was on some kind of a blog, or maybe it was.
Oh, it was a YouTube video where they. I think I remember.
I saw it on YouTube. It was it was a girl. She was a Canadian girl, and
Canadian
she was like
atheist or something. I think I remember this too. It was a woman.
Was it modern day debates?
I want to say yes, but I don't remember either.
Alien, was this on modern day
Shannon,
debates?
it would be Shannon. It would be Shannon Q.
It was a moderated debate.
Shannon
Q, duck lips.
It was, or it wasn't?
It was a debate, a moderated debate.
Okay, yeah.
It was Shannon Q.
That was brutal to listen to. I remember that one.
Did she go, I know what you're doing partway through?
This is Shannon Q.
Yeah,
her name was
that's
Shannon
who
Q.
Yeah. Was she talking about like the soul?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Was she talking about the soul in the beginning?
Well, that's what I think. Some of the debate, most of the debate was about that. But it was the way she was evading. It was so blatant, so obvious that it was. I don't think that, like, I hope I can speak for you, but I don't think that. Darth, I don't think that you could avoid calling her out on it. It was like you. It was weird. It really was weird.
Yeah, that was a brutal discussion. I remember that.
Hey, Matt Yester, can I ask you something?
Sure.
So the guy you just debated told me that you said that God is the sum of all necessities, and he's saying therefore composite.
No, I didn't say that. I asked him to qualify what he meant by that statement. Of all modal necessities. I don't know what he meant by that term.
You don't hold that God is composite, right?
He's composite unity. God's one being, three persons. He's a trinity. Hanging around one unity and diversity. And that's all pervasive across all of creation. Can't escape that issue. That needs to be accounted for. How do you have unity amongst diversity? Universally. That's why it's called a universe. I didn't hear him accounting for a modal necessity or anything like that, or modal logic at all. He merely just took it for granted and asked me a question regarding it. I go, talk about unargued philosophical bias. You didn't even ground that methodology being employed. How you ground that, bud?
I was actually in a different. Whoa, was that my mic?
I don't know.
You got your mic fixed, Francis?
That's Francis.
Francis!
Belly or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah, there's
so
something wrong with your mic, dude.
With my
That's
mic?
why his microphone is trying to
It's
upchuck it.
2021 and people still can't, get
What did that guy argue about modal logic or something? I was in a different window and didn't hear what he was saying.
He didn't. He just brought it up as a question to me.
Oh, okay.
He
God,
wasn't
alcohol
really
mode
serious.
was that-
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
he wasn't.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in.
Who is that guy?
Someone who wants
I
to
don't
be
know, but
kicked.
he just said praise Jesus, Christ Jesus the Lord in Arabic. So yeah, I speak
He's
fluent
back.
Arabic.
It's the guy on the very bottom, right above Hussein. Okay, he just left again. Yeah, if he joins again, then he's back. Right above
that guy?
Hussein. Second to the last guy, yeah.
Okay.
Got him. I got him. He's banned.
Yeah. Nice shooting, kid. Don't get cocky.
Got it.
I gotta say
Yeah,
that I got my
that's
Star
one.
Wars parka on today, so I gotta say some Star Wars quotes.
Mark Hamill said after the garage, the garbage dump scene, he
We
goes,
don't-
"Shouldn't our hair be messed up and kind of schmutzed and all that?" And Harrison Ford says, "Hey kid, if they're looking at our hair, we're in big trouble."
That shit was not funny whatsoever.
Wasn't funny?
Yeah, Mark Hamill did a spot-on impersonation of Harrison Ford.
He got some voices, man. Mark Hamill's pretty talented with voices.
Yeah. Who's his Joker? That he
It's
did.
the Batman's Joker, man, the animated series.
Seriously good.
It's a well done
We
voice.
could get him to do the screen, I feel like he could do it. I never understood
Yeah.
why they wouldn't put him on screen with that.
And what was George Lucas thinking when he gave Luke Skywalker a page boy haircut in Return of the Jedi? What was George Lucas thinking when he put midgets in big furry suits? It's just like, were these space Oompa Loompas? I mean, really, George?
Are you being serious? Critique?
Sorry, Loompas.
Yeah, I mean, he ruined after The Empire Strikes Back. He ruined it by turning it into a kids, movie.
Right.
He did not like the
Yeah,
Ewoks.
it sold
Huh?
stuff. It sold
Dude,
stuff.
they're better than Jar Jar Binks.
Wow,
The Ewoks totally rule over Jar Jar, man.
He was off his rocker at that point.
Yeah. He dropped some serious acid there.
Darth was a big fan of it all the way up till the end of The Empire Strikes Back. But after that, it just went downhill from there,
I mean, there are aspects of the Return of the Jedi that were good, but it's just like, I mean, really,
Darth Vader's death really hit home.
That was traumatic. It was trauma.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Oompa Loompas and big furry suits. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it was bad.
They've been
I
the
never understood that.
Imperial Guard, man. They thrashed the stormtroopers and the Imperial Walkers. Yeah.
I've seen the
No,
first
the
two more
AT-ATs.
than everything else. I can't really. Yeah, the other ones I agree.
The Ewoks at
Especially
least
the
kicked
Ewoks.
ass. At least they kicked
You
ass.
like
Jar Jar
that?
didn't do nothing.
The
They
Ewoks
did, man.
were such a strange, almost, it felt like a non sequitur, sort of. Like, what are we doing? It just didn't make any sense.
There are only 3 Star Wars movies. Period. That's it. Everything else. There's only 3
original
Star
trilogy?
Wars movies. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did.
I thought Rogue One was pretty good.
I haven't watched
Get
any
out.
new ones, I can't say.
The only problem was that monk weirdo. That's the only problem in it.
The best scene, and I may say so myself, was the end when Darth Vader made his appearance.
Hate
Rogue
flow
One.
through you.
I find your lack of faith disturbing. Maybe you think you're being treated unfairly.
You gotta do an Emperor Palpatine where you say, "This server will be quite operational when your friends arrive."
All the memes that have come out of it have been hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Darth
Have
can use the
Have you guys seen the little action figures where they recreate the Emperor and Darth Vader with little action figures? I forget what the name of it is, but it's really funny.
Oh,
Like in
Robot
action?
Chicken.
Yes, robot. That's it. That's it.
Robot
Robot
Chicken. Yeah.
I think I've only seen the memes. I've never seen the
That
show.
is some funny stuff. Okay, so do we have any atheists in the room who would like to explain why they're atheists? Bueller.
I actually think I heard Darth Vader say that in the very last scene of Rogue One, as he's cutting through the corridor. He was like, "Are there any atheists in the room who'd like to defend their position?"
Okay. Without further ado, this is for Nick. Okay? And this is the ever genius Thomas Westbrook, aka Holy Kool-Aid. And as Jackie Gleason said, here we go.
I believe it's EF. Repeat.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you doing today? You're on with
Hi. How are you today?
me,
doing
Jamie,
fine.
and Thomas Westbrook. Sorry, that was
Hey, Thomas.
bad.
Well, you guys requested that I call back. So
Yeah.
now, Thomas, you were talking earlier about evidence. What I'd like to know from you is how is the concept of evidence viable and meaningful in your worldview? Is there a fundamental absolute to existence that provides for causal relations? Because 2 weeks ago, Jamie said he rejected the idea that there's anything fundamentally absolute. So do you reject that there's anything fundamentally absolute? And if not, what is the absolute that provides for the viability of evidence or causal relations?
What do you mean by when you say something that's fundamentally absolute?
Well, it's something that is unconditionally non-dependent and provides for all dependency situations. So if you believe in evidence, you believe that there are causal relations and connections between events. What secures that there are causal relations between events? Is it something fundamentally absolute, or do you believe that by faith?
Okay, when you were talking about something that you said was non-dependent, what do you mean?
Yeah, something is absolute.
Does this guy sound like he's about to start crying, or is that my imagination?
Yeah, his vocal fry is pretty brutal.
By the way,
the
the audio is not in sync with the video, in case anybody notices. Okay.
Oh, you have the video on. Nice.
Let me try this version. Let's see if this one works.
What secures that there are causal relations between events? Is it something fundamentally absolute, or do you believe that by faith?
Okay, when you were talking about something that you said was non-dependent, what do you mean?
Yeah, something is absolute if it is fundamental.
Notice the stall and delay tactics.
He has no idea what a deity is. These guys are legit atheists.
This is the dodge tactic. I've made the question very clear. These are the atheist answer men, right? So if this is a dodge tactic.
Why every time they need a vocabulary lesson?
Yeah, what do you mean by is?
Can you tell me, what do you mean by the word is?
And
when you describe that, what's that mean?
Then it's non-dependent. In other words, it's not contingent.
Okay. So you're saying, do I believe that there is something that exists now that never started to exist?
Echolalia.
Well, what I'm asking you is, since you're asserting that evidence is a viable concept in your atheistic outlook, evidence entails causal relations and connections between events. What ultimately and foundationally in your model of reality secures that? Do you believe it by faith, or do you have a rational justification?
Yeah, so in terms of, we could go down a million rabbit.
I wish you wouldn't say, do you believe it by faith? You should say, do you believe it for no reason? Right.
Because faith.
That's a good criticism.
I
Yes,
know it's
that is-
sort of you're sort of tweaking their nose by throwing the term back in their face, right?
Yeah, but that's a legitimate critique. I would accept that. That's good.
What's up with them always repeating back to you your question before they answer it? It's like a ridiculous tactic.
It's a dodge tactic, and it's also a manipulative tactic. Is if they want to derail from answering the question to get you to keep on rabbit trailing further questions of explanation.
Hey, at least they paid attention to it and could reiterate it. That couldn't do it.
Also, if they get you to try to explain it.
Look, Matt, listen to me. You know, we're friends, but you know, I have to draw a line in the sand. You have to be a little bit. Zach has special needs, okay? So please, this is not nice.
But they only do that with certain questions. They don't do that with all. Like if you ask them, is God rationally justified? They'll answer that quickly. But if it's some other question that they know is going to debunk them, then they're like, just restate the question again. Like they don't know what's going on, and
I think they literally have to say it again to actually digest it. They're actually digesting when they do that to themselves. Yeah,
I'm just
say it back
convinced
to themselves.
it's a dodge tactic to delay, and while they're trying to formulate how they're going to get the hell out of Dodge with this one. Okay? Right.
Behind the scenes brainstorming.
Rabbit holes here with, we could look at what can we really know? We can look at, go down the Cartesian.
Okay, so what am I asking him, folks? I'm asking
That's
him.
what he was thinking of when he webbed that web of bullshit while he was thinking while saying your
I'm
question
like,
back.
What is it that's fundamental that imposes causality? Right? You're an atheist, so since you don't believe in God, what imposes causality? Right? It's a simple question.
Rabbit hole of, can we really know anything outside of, cogito ergo sum? Ultimately, we cannot know beyond a shadow of a doubt that, anything other than I exist because there is something here that is experiencing things around.
Is he answering the question?
No. Who the hell brought up Descartes? He did.
I cogito ergo sum. I think therefore I am.
Well, you could just accept that as him conceding that he doesn't have a basis for the assertion.
Yeah,
so
this is the old routine
without a basis.
This is the old routine where they just start talking like they're answering your question, but they know they're not answering. It's just a stall tactic.
He just showed he immediately bottlenecks with the cogito. That's it.
Yeah. But let's listen further. Sweet cake, sugar muffin.
Oh, I haven't seen this in ages, man. How long ago was this one?
This
19,
was
huh?
February 2019. About 2 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was the last time we saw sugar muffin.
Yes.
Right? Would you agree with that?
I'm not clear in your answer. Do you believe that there is?
I'm getting there.
Something.
I'm getting there. We're gonna get there. Maybe by what next month? Okay, yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm getting there. Next time somebody asks me a question, I'm gonna dodge and delay and say, "Can you answer the question?" I'm getting there.
Getting there. We're still on the way.
We're getting there.
Is there something fundamentally absolute, or do you reject that?
I'm getting there. Will you bear with me?
I'm getting there. Yes. Yeah. I'll bear with you. Yeah, you're getting there.
His train is still boarding the station, Darth.
Now, if you look at him, he's hunched over on the microphone, and he has a little bit of an attitude and an edge to him. He's not too happy with yours truly.
Sure.
Okay. So, do you agree that?
Look, it doesn't matter what I think. Answer the damn question.
Still thinking the next thing to make up.
Yeah. Do you agree?
What I said about Descartes, and aside from knowing that we exist, we can't technically know anything for certain.
Is that like you don't know for certain evolution? Wait a minute. Don't you do a lot of anti-creationism videos where you champion evolution as a falsifier of creationism? You mock and ridicule the Bible in your videos, but you don't know anything for certain. So why the hell are you doing those attack videos if you don't know these things for certain, right? You see how these guys talk out of both sides of their mouth?
Darth, did you bring up Descartes' anthemy? Was that an unstated premise?
Cogito, ergo, sum. Now they pull the well, we don't know anything for certain, but I'm certain that the Bible's false.
They just put on their Descartes mask and went, look, we're Descartes now. Look.
Oh gosh.
Oh man.
We could be a brain in a vat. We could be living in a simulation. We could.
How does he know that could be?
He could be.
Right. That's exactly what I was about to say.
You know
I was
what?
exactly about to say that.
Darth, whenever they start saying these things, there's these could be. What you could respond. You say, well, you could be someone who lives in God's world and is suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
No, you know what? We could be in a brain of that. How do you know that's a possibility?
Right. Exactly.
Now, keep in mind what's going on here. What's really going on here. Side note is he is espousing his worldview that he's in an open system.
Yeah.
Since he rejects the Christian worldview is a closed system because we have eternal God, his eternal nature, character, his creation, and his redemptive plan of history. So it's a closed system. Some things God permits, and other things God does not permit. But since he rejects not only the God of the Bible, he rejects God in general, he's being consistent here. He's in an open system because anything could be true. We could be a brain in a vat. That's right.
Look at all this possibility here. The smorgasbord is just infinite.
But the point is simply this: if we could be in a brain in a vat, then you can't say the Bible's false, right? But he says the Bible is false all day long. So on the one hand, he viciously attacks the Bible as being false, but then he turns right around and saying, "Oh, we could be a brain in a vat." I mean, these guys are such morons. It's unbelievable.
I could be this. I could be
that. It could be possible that everything around us is just inside of our minds, that Jamie doesn't actually exist. Like, there's no way to tell beyond a shadow of a doubt. We can know beyond reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt, a legal term, you moron.
We can, based off of our experiences, what happens when,
Yeah,
how would you know whether or not your doubt is reasonable? How does he determine that? When people appeal to trial and error, like that kind of stuff, like how would you know what a trial is? How would you know what an error is? What's your standard?
Now you'll notice. Now you'll notice. What was my question? Is there something fundamental that imposes causal connections? But now he's talking about, well, we can know reasonably through our experiences. He's not answering the question. Is there something, I asked, that imposes causal connections? Now, are we hearing an answer? No.
He really takes the scenic route here.
Yeah,
we're
getting the lovely scenic tour.
If I hit Jamie right now and he reacts negatively.
Well, you shouldn't do that because that would be deemed as homophobic. Okay? Don't do that. Okay?
Negatively, and everyone else reacts negatively, and I end up in prison.
I'm not even talking.
The guy, look, the guy is babbling borderline incoherently, right? He's not answering the question. The question is there something that is fundamental?
Why do you have so many tabs open?
Why do I have tabs open? Because I go
so
back
many.
to them. I watch them. Why do you care?
Thank you. I was just asking. I'm a big fan, Darth.
I think there's a lot of people who have lots of tabs open. So what's the big deal?
I was just asking.
I was actually going to ask Darth why he has so few tabs.
Well, actually,
I think that's a good question too.
Well, I'm glad you asked because now I have to confess. I suffer from OCD. I'm a tab hoarder. Okay, I hoard.
It's okay, Darth. I love you for who you are.
Yeah.
Remember the original tab pop from the 70s with the saccharin? Oh, tab the pop.
Soda.
Why do you have so many tabs open?
It was like the worst soda pop ever. It was
one.
sweetened with like straight saccharin.
It was diet.
Yeah.
How do you say your name? Ayanko?
Oh, Ayako.
Ayeko?
Ayako.
Ayeko. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so you're a big fan of mine?
I found out about you recently, but I think you're cool.
Okay, you just said you were a big fan of mine.
Yeah, interchangeable, I think.
Okay. So, do you agree with me?
About what?
You said you're a fan of me.
Do I agree that I'm a fan of you?
Okay, if you dodge one more question, All right?
What? I
You
don't
think
understand what you're asking.
Overtalk me again. Do it again. Just do it.
Okay, bitch, I'm overtalking you right now. What are you gonna do,
There
nigga?
we
Nothing, you fat
go.
old
We
bitch.
got him. We got him.
There
you go.
There it is. Got him.
We got him. Ooga. Ooga. We got him. You see?
Jeez,
I knew this guy was a troll.
You strike that match to something like underneath his balls or something? Wow.
He goes, "Oh, I'm a big fan."
I mean, I guess they broke into the Trojan horse, huh?
Wait a minute. If you're a big fan, if you're going to be a big fan, you got to be sycophantic and obsequious. That was not being obsequious. Come on.
It's true. You're not part of the minion choir, right? We got to be.
I know. Yeah, that was a counterfeit minion if I ever saw one. Okay.
I do.
All right. Let's continue with this absolutely genius Thomas Westbrook. And I may say Thomas Westbrook, super genius.
Talking about that, I'm talking about foundationally. Do you accept or not accept that there is something fundamentally absolute and provides for all contingencies?
Now, this is the second or third time I've asked the question?
Such as evidence and causality.
I accept that there is something that exists in this world. And
Eureka.
He accepts that there's something that exists. All right.
Well, does he have a basis for accepting that? What is ultimate that provides what is and what is not?
Okay.
Like a Wile E. Coyote icon over top of his face. Super genius right there.
Is there something that is fundamental that institutes causality? I accept that something exists. Yeah, something exists.
Oh, you didn't ask if he accepted it.
It's going to get worse than that.
Is it? Yeah, I understand that. But is that, I'm asking you, what is it? Do you believe that there is something fundamentally and foundationally absolute that is non-dependent that provides for all dependency states or contingencies? Because Jamie rejects that. I want to know, do you accept that or reject it?
I think I know where you're going with this because I
really.
Do you accept it? Jamie disagrees with that. Do you agree with Jamie or not? I think I know where you're going. I know what you're doing. I think I know where you're going.
He probably picks up on it now.
So each time someone asks you a question, just say this. I think I know where you're going.
I think I know where you're going. I know what you're doing.
Do not know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And the reason that I say that, and I've thought this through, the reason that I say that is because the universe exists. We know that. We know that something.
Wait a minute.
Far through, huh?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, okay.
He just contradicted himself. He says he doesn't know anything for certain. Remember we heard, and then he says, now we know this beyond a shadow of a doubt. You see how he's contradicted himself? Right?
He likes that phrase, beyond a shadow of a doubt, and then he uses it both ways.
Yeah, well, we don't know anything for certain. We could be a brain in a vat. Then he says, we know beyond a shadow of a doubt the universe exists. But wait a minute, you just said we could be a brain in a vat. Does everybody see what an idiot this guy is?
See the jello being thrown at the wall?
How can you say you know for certain that the universe exists when you just said we could be a brain in a vat? Where do they grow these people?
Or did he just throw himself up against the wall?
We know that there's something here. Okay.
Wait a minute. You just said a minute ago that you don't know anything absolutely.
No, I'm saying we know absolutely that we exist.
That's not what he said.
Okay, so what I want to know is...
That's not what he said. Leave my boyfriend alone.
Hear me out, though, because I was going somewhere with this that's important. So I know that we exist.
He was going nowhere fast.
In some way, shape, or form, whether it's consciousness, whatever that means. There is something that exists. We have no evidence that there ever was not something. We don't have evidence that there ever was not.
Is he answering my question?
I need the sharp-tongued interpreter.
Yeah, really. I don't know what
he's saying.
Oh my gosh.
Well, remember your original question was, what's his evidence that evidence exists? right? And so now he's talking about evidence again without supporting.
Here we go.
Reverend Sharpton, are you there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did you hear Thomas Westbrook, Reverend Sharpton? Yes. Okay. Could you translate for us, Reverend Sharpton? Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you think there was a cultural disconnect where they just didn't understand? Because what you were saying to me, I understood. I mean, what you were saying, testifying, I understood. People that I know understood. I mean, I couldn't understand what they were talking about. I mean, that you.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton. Let's go to our on the scene report. Okay, Serene Branson. Serene, can you tell us what Thomas Westbrook just said?
Well, a very, very heavy debatation tonight. We had a very Darrison, but let's go to Terrace Chasing those for the head of the pit.
Thank you, Serene Branson. Now that makes perfect
appreciate
sense.
the double team. That does clear it up for me.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it takes two translators to help us decipher what these super genius, atheist commentators are saying.
Oh, this is before. This is after Jamie's three-piece suit. So he dropped the three-piece suit on this one, huh?
Oh yeah.
That
You
shirt.
gotta send somebody to get a haircut.
That shirt is like an inch and a half neck size too large for this guy too. What is he doing? He's like a 16-inch neck and he's wearing an 18.
Yeah.
It looks ridiculous. Anyway, fashion aside.
Oh gosh. Listen. At least he wasn't wearing a glitter shirt and a glitter jacket like what's his face? What was his name? Johnny P. Angel
Johnny P.
yesterday.
Mr. Sparkles.
Johnny
P. Angel.
Our good friend Johnny P. Angel.
It should be Johnny Sparkles.
Nothing to begin with.
Yeah,
we don't have.
Understanding.
We don't. No, I am understanding your question, but you're not letting me get to my conclusion. You're interrupting me.
You're not letting me monologue. You're not letting me run the clock out. Please, I'm trying to deliver a miniature community college lecture pretending I'm answering your question when I'm really not.
Can I finish this thought?
Sure, but you're not understanding the question.
Okay, so if we know that something, we have no evidence of nothingness. We don't know that there is nothingness. We can look at a vacuum, but that's not nothingness. There may still be photons of light. There may still be radiation.
Is he answering the question?
Is that your fundamental or not?
I'm asking you, is there something that is fundamental in reality that imposes causality so that there can be evidence? Now, how many times did I ask him? You see, this is what they do. When they either can't or don't want to answer the question, they just run the clock out and they start rabbit trailing like they're really answering the question. And then when you point out to them, you're not answering the question, they go, but I am. You're not listening to me.
We could be this. We could be that.
We have.
It could be this. It could be that.
Yeah.
Other mini
measured virtual particles. Virtual particles popping.
Oh, now he's talking about virtual particles.
Is that your ultimate or not?
Thomas, Earth to Thomas. I want to know, is anything fundamental and ultimate? Because Jamie agrees with it. Now you're talking about virtual particles.
They ask a question and they start laying out multiple choice and go, hey, you pick one. I can't pick one.
Oh, gosh.
In and out of existence. So we don't know what, time and space, what space-time is exactly. We don't know what nothingness looks like. So if we go far enough back to the Big Bang, we could say maybe the...
Wait a minute. Go back far to the Big Bang. That's just a popular model. That's all, right? He's treating it like it's a fact.
Universe existed forever. Maybe it's going through cycles of...
Maybe this, maybe that. Maybe there's a gigantic sugar muffin that's ultimate and absolute that dictates causality. But you still haven't answered the question.
Cosmology.
Okay, but I am. Because it's cosmology ties... Cosmology ties into...
I'm talking about right now, not the past. I'm saying, is there something fundamentally absolute and unconditional that provides for the viability when you invoke that there can be evidence? Evidence entails causal relations and connections between events. Is there something that fundamentally, absolutely exists, non-dependently, that provides for the viability of evidence? Jamie rejects that. Do you reject it or accept it?
I still don't know what you mean by non...
So he's just going to dodge.
Dependent.
You're out of gas or what?
It has existed forever?
Do you believe?
See, rather than answer the question, he dodges and then asks for. The little trick is to keep on asking for clarification, dodge, stall, and delay.
He's trying to refill his tank for even more bullshit.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, you got to stall to refill the tank, and then
stall, dodge, and delay.
Diatribe.
Yeah. He's doing verbal tap dancing.
Well, he set up the next multiple choice test. So
thing that exists that is non-dependent, that provides for all contingencies, or do you believe that all things that exist within the set of reality are there's an infinite contingency? Do you believe that?
So what I was saying is, I don't know. Once you go, far enough back, you get to the Big Bang. We don't know what happened before that, and I think we are talking about the universe.
Bottleneck.
I know. I'm not talking about cosmology. I'm talking right now. Is there something fundamentally?
Do you exist in?
Okay. Again, right now, is there something fundamental and absolute that imposes causality? I'm not talking about the past. Right now, right?
This universe.
Okay, well, what I think...
Do you exist in this universe?
See, here's another tactic. They start asking you about what you believe. What I believe right now is irrelevant to him answering the question.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what I think. I'm asking
because if we cannot have a conversation about this if we cannot agree.
It's not a conversation. I'm asking you a question about what you believe.
No, it's not a conversation when you get asked the question, sir, and then you avoid answering it to try to redirect it to you.
Yeah, you're an atheist talking head. You're a man of wisdom and elucidation, and I'm asking you a question. It's not a conversation. So you should be answering the question rather than probing me what I believe and then scurrying down rabbit trails.
And I'm saying if you agree with me that you exist in this universe, and I believe that we exist in some sort of universe, we can take that universe and see if it is non-dependent or not. Or we can at least talk about it.
Do you believe? Yeah, you're not addressing my question. I asked you, do you believe that there's something that is fundamentally absolute?
Now, how many times have I asked him the same question?
This is going to be number 5.
I mean, these are the atheist talking heads. These are people who have all the smart atheist answers.
Well, these are the oracles here, man. Yeah.
Yeah, these are the atheist geniuses.
Undependent. Jamie rejected that. He rejected or accepted.
So let me
see if I can, do some more dodging, delaying, and white knighting for Thomas Westbrook. Okay, can I just get a word in? Okay.
You're trying to help this conversation along a little bit.
There's not a conversation. I've asked a question, and all we're getting is dodging, and verbal tap dancing. Okay.
You've asked him the same question and then said you're not understanding, and then repeated.
No, I am understanding. He's not answering the question.
The question using precisely the same language. Maybe if you ask the question in a different way, or I can try and help.
Pretend the question is not clear enough. They always do this crap.
Yeah, it's like I'm not understanding what you're saying.
No, he said, I know where you're going.
It's just a different version of what's the relevance of that?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not seeing the relevance of that.
I know where you're going. No, I don't.
If you're trying to communicate more.
Okay, so I'll rephrase it since you didn't understand the previous way that I made clear. Do you believe that?
How'd you like that dig?
Yeah.
I'll rephrase it.
I love it. Just throw that in there.
All right, I'll phrase it since you didn't understand the previous way I made it clear.
Believe that there is something that is ultimate, that everything depends upon, including the concept of causal relations, which equals evidence. You asserted in your atheist worldview that there can be evidence for things. Well, evidence is going to require that something foundationally in your model of reality is absolute and ultimate. Now, Jamie, 2 weeks ago, categorically rejects that.
Why?
Do you believe? Well, I'm asking you whether you believe it.
No, you made a statement. You made a blatant statement that it requires that, and I'm asking you why.
Well, I said it will either require it or not. Which do you believe?
Well, no, you said.
You see, again, more dodging. All right. I'm saying it requires it. Do you accept that or do you reject it?
That in order for in order to have logic and to have causal connections.
Watch in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. Watch Jamie's left hand on our right. Okay. Watch him playing with his finger on the desk.
Stuff that you have to believe this, and I'm curious why.
Then what you're going to be left with, okay? Either you believe that there's a fundamentally absolute or ultimate that provides for causal relations and connections, or you believe that events are not the result of an absolute and causal relations. It's either or. I'm just asking you which do you believe.
There's a third option.
What is it?
The third option is that we don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and we.
That's not an option, dude.
You don't start the economy with "I don't know" or.
So he doesn't know that evidence exists.
So every dichotomy is proven or false by "I don't know."
Yeah, I'm giving him a true dichotomy. And he goes, "Well, it's not a true dichotomy because I don't know."
Wow.
The fact that you say you don't know doesn't mitigate it being a true dichotomy, moron.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm giving you my option. My option is I do not know beyond a shadow of a doubt if everything that has ever existed, in which case something always came from something else in different forms, or if there was a point in which there was.
It's really very simple. The point I'm driving at is there something that is fundamental that secures causality, right? But Wile E. Coyote, super genius, can't seem to answer the question.
Nothing, and then it popped into existence. I don't know. That is the most honest answer. Is I do not know. Now we know that that within our universe there are certain.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? You know there are certain things. You don't know anything for certain. 1 minute he says he doesn't know. Now he's talking about that he knows. I mean, where do they grow these people?
Laws, and that we can look at these laws and we can observe cause and effect because of patterns. Because we've never seen these laws be broken.
Are you using?
See, that's begging the question. I said, how do you know they're laws? And he says, because they're patterns. We've never seen these laws broken. He's presupposing the very thing, right? The fact that there are patterns may or may not be indicative of a law. Okay?
Could be happenstance.
That's right. Yeah. So he's begging the question right here.
Using your sense perception to determine that there are laws?
I'm not just using my sense perception. I'm relying. Well, I mean, I am using my sense perception, but I can say like maybe my eyes fail me, and so I'll use.
Does anybody feel that he has a whiny voice?
Yeah, it's kind of whiny.
He sounds whiny.
No, he's a young guy. I might use like a mass spectrometer or spectroscopy and stuff. Now it is an extension of my senses, which is why I said I am.
See what they like to do when they get hit with simple circumspect questions that they don't know how to answer. They like monologuing. They like giving community college lectures to run the clock out.
How's this fit into your brain in the vat earlier, which was a real possibility?
Well, where'd you get all this stuff? We could all be a brain in the vat. Everything you're describing could simply be your dream. Because you said brain in the vat, right?
He's not interpreting any of this within all the 5-6 frameworks he laid out from the very beginning and just followed them, and then said, "Well, those are irrelevant now. Now I got real sense experience."
What I should have said to him is, "How is anything you're saying right now meaningful if it's just a dream?" Right?
Mr. Descartes, right?
Yeah.
Descartes.
I understand that, but you see, when you appeal to your sense perception to justify laws of nature, you have to presuppose laws of nature for the meaningfulness of eyesight. Are you aware that's begging the question?
Hold on, because wait a second. Did you dominate this show in such a way that they felt the need to actually make the title fundamental, absolute, non-contingent in their video? That's hilarious.
Yep, they did. Yeah. Yep.
It's accurate.
They were literally thinking about you after the show was over. They were obsessed with that interaction that happened. They changed the title. That is too funny.
He told him to call back at the beginning of the next show, and he did.
I didn't do that. What I said is, and this is why I gave the third option, is because we cannot know beyond.
There's not a third option. I gave you a true dichotomy.
I don't know. There's not a third option.
Because our senses can fool us.
Okay, so do you believe then in causality and causal relations by faith, or do you have a rational justification for causal relations?
He's provided it.
What I believe has no effect on what reality is.
Okay, wait a minute. Did you see that dodge? Did you hear that?
That's not what you asked him about.
I said, do you believe? Do you believe? I asked the question. Well, what I believe doesn't have an effect on reality. I'm asking you what you believe. See, this is a dodge. You know, these talking heads, they think they're so damn smart on these call-in shows. They're imbeciles. Absolute imbeciles.
My beliefs are not relevant here.
Then what are you doing talking on the microphone? If your beliefs are not relevant, why are you answering phone calls?
Exactly.
If your beliefs don't matter, why are you talking to me?
What's relevant here is
relevant. I'm asking you.
What's relevant here is what can we measure, what can we know in order to come to the.
But you told me you can't know anything for certain. 1 minute you say you don't know, we don't know anything. We could be a brain in a vat. Now you're telling me, well, there's some things you can know. You see how dumb these people are? And yet
That's exactly how Matt Slick handled Dillahunty. Exactly where, yeah.
What happened to the university started earlier?
I mean, these people week after week, they get behind the microphone at the ACA, thinking they're spewing pearls of wisdom. They contradict themselves left and right.
I thought you believed the Big Bang earlier. My beliefs have nothing to do with the Big Bang that I asserted earlier.
And look at the dopey look at Jamie on the right, okay? Do you know what he's thinking right now?
Cheeseburgers.
I'm calling him Quata.
Jamie,
He looks like Quata.
Jamie is very frustrated there. He's just thinking, I just want to scratch his eyes out.
The most reliable, to come to the most reliable worldview is to determine how to live our lives.
I don't think you're understanding his answer, EF, because he's not just answering the.
I don't think he answers it. Okay, well, Serene Branson, can you please explain to us what Thomas Westbrook just said? Go ahead, Serene.
Well, a very, very heavy debatation tonight. We had a very Darrison bite. Let's go to Terry's and look for the head of the pit.
Oh, now I see what he's saying. Thank you, Serene. Now I get it. Does everyone else get it now?
The head of pet is the key point.
I mean, wow. I mean, thank you, Serene. That was so spot on. Now I understand what he's saying.
The initial point of your question. The entire crux of this line of questioning appears to depend on the problems.
Hang on, EF. Jamie's going somewhere. You're talking over him.
I love it how they just pretend they're saying wise things when the entire time they're just BS. I love it.
You should have just interrupted and said, Jamie, I know where you're going.
I know what you're doing.
I know where you're going. Well, Thomas said it earlier to you. I know where you're going, Darth.
Look at the look in Thomas Westbrook's eyes. He's not happy about this phone call.
He's already sitting in his own crap. He's already crapped his pants.
He is not happy. Look at the look on his face.
Solipsism. Now, you have brought up, I know that you are not using that word, but I believe that the entire crux of your, well, then are you believing this on faith, is dependent upon an understanding of this.
What is he saying? Can anyone tell me? What is Jamie saying?
Can you help us out, Al Sharpton?
Al Sharpton, clarification.
Oh my God.
Reverend.
Reverend Al Sharpton, please. What did Jamie just say? Please. I don't know what he's. Reverend Sharpton, go ahead. What did Jamie say?
I think there was a cultural disconnect where they just didn't understand, because what you were saying to me, I understood. I mean, what you were saying, testifying, I understood. People that I know understood. I mean, I couldn't understand what they were talking about.
I know. I don't know what he's saying. What is Jamie saying?
Of this, which I would like to explain so that the audience can keep up with our conversation.
Nothing to do with solipsism.
If we have an audience that we're trying to talk to get through these ideas together.
Right.
I'm attempting to
get a clear answer to you.
Yeah.
How do you determine that?
Can you? I'm trying to help the conversation along, and
I'm trying to help the conversation
Oh,
along.
no, you're not.
I'm just trying to talk, and what we're trying to do here is we're trying to move the conversation along
to make sure that the audience is
the solipsism.
I mean,
how blatant can you be? Like,
this is the Chewbacca defense if I've never heard.
Explain that again, Tev, so everybody understands the Chewbacca defense.
Chewbacca defense is a joke made with South Park referencing Johnny Cochran and how he would use red herrings and non sequiturs to confuse the jury and the judge. So he would say something ridiculous, and South Park did that, and he was defending someone. He says, "Well, if Chewbacca hadn't messed with all them Wookiees, we wouldn't be in this situation." And it was a non sequitur, nothing to do with anything, which is what these guys are doing.
I gotta remember the Chewbacca defense.
Just leaves off to the movies.
I love that. That is great. Thank you.
So insane.
Oh,
so
gosh.
insane.
Well, look how hairy Jamie is. A little more hair, and he looked like Chewbacca.
I don't understand people claim that Mr. Darth Dawkins uses word salad listening to these guys.
Well, come on, Doctor. At least he keeps it nice.
Mendiza brought up the word salad before to you in the last thing we watched, and here they are tossing that salad here on their own.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Following along with this discussion. So as best I can explain it, there is, among other things,
the best that I can explain it, there is, among other things.
Just making it problem they go along.
How can we know that things are true? Among those things, causal relationships in reality. And as best that I'm aware, once you get back to the point of, well, I am experiencing something, even if my experience...
You know what, Darth? I might have to exit this VC soon because I'm going to punch my laptop screen listening to this garbage.
It's really tough when people are straining at erudition. Like, wow.
At least Dylan just curses and hangs up.
Yeah,
that's much more wild.
Till would just go, "Get off my effing phone."
Yeah, and then hang up. Yeah, that's right. You know where he stands. These guys are just stooped in nothingness.
Oh my gosh.
Experiences are false. The only thing that I can know is that there is a thing here, right?
The only thing that I can know that there's a thing here.
A thing with a thing and, has a thing.
Let me play this back. I mean, the guy is literally speaking Okay, let's play this back.
Play that again.
He's literally talking nonsense.
Causal relationships in reality. And as best that I'm aware...
You guys, you ever watch those beauty pageants once a year? And they'll ask one of the female beauty pageants a question about like world peace or how to solve
there's a
problems.
clip of someone doing that.
Yeah, and they just start extemporaneously just babbling incoherently.
Is the thing Iraq or is it?
Okay, so this video has over 46,000 views and over 1K thumbs ups, only 59 thumbs down. You mean to tell me this many morons watch this video and thumbs it up? There's no way that they have an audience this sizable and clueless. There's no way.
I mean,
those are one Jamie, man.
This guy Jamie is dumber in what he's saying right now than these female beauty pageants giving an answer of how they're going to bring about world peace.
There it is. There's the clip right there in Atheist Helpline.
We have the thing and the Iraq.
Miss Teen USA, so I mean, I don't know how old she is, so a little grace, but still, it's absolutely ridiculous.
She was great.
Yeah.
This is where she says the Iraq.
The Iraq. It's like
and the Iraq. You talking about the beauty pageant queen? That was hilarious.
It was 2007.
Wow, like, and the Iraq and like such as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how old she was, so like I hate to be so brutal to someone that might be 17 or something, but still pretty terrible.
It was absolute brilliant statement. It was just great.
That was great.
Here we go. Here we go.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map.
Look, she's going to make more sense right now than this Jamie dude. Okay.
Yes.
You got to keep this as a soundbite, man.
Oh, I'm going to. Oh, absolutely. But this is classic. She's making more sense than Jamie is.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that.
I personally believe, as opposed to I believe. I personally believe.
Yeah, the personally has emphasis.
I personally believe.
Hey, Thomas didn't know what he believes. So.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa, and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up their future.
I love it. Stand it out, baby.
I feel so bad for her, but that's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what to say.
Can you imagine, look, the host there, whatever his name is, Mary or something, he's like, what did she say? What did she say?
If you look, the guy
maybe Serene could help her
is like laughing. He's laughing.
Okay, can we have a show of Can we have a show of hands? Who made more sense? Her? Okay. Miss South Carolina, or Jamie.
Well, at least she got the specifics. I mean, she mentioned the country, Iraq. We don't even know what this guy's talking about.
Jamie's vague abstractions versus at least the Miss America who knows some content.
Well, what the two of them. Well, here's something interesting. Do you know what Jamie and Miss South Carolina have in common? You guys don't know? They both work very hard at looking attractive in evening gowns.
Once you get back to the point of, well, I am experiencing something, even if my experiences are false, the only thing that I can know is that there is a thing here, right?
Okay, the only thing he didn't say was the Iraq.
Yeah, the Iraq and like such as.
I gotta play that back.
Just sort of, I'm having a false experience. It's a thing, so I have the thing.
Okay, so there is this thing in our experiences, and even though our experiences may be false, there's a thing here, the Iraq.
It's just something. If it's false, what the heck is it referring to?
I know. Oh,
and the thing, you know the thing.
The thing. It's the thing
with the thing.
Yeah.
He's speaking. He has no idea what he's saying.
Reality. And as best that I'm aware, once you get back to the point of,
all right, wait a minute, let's do this back.
He's just saying you haven't negated my false experience.
Okay, Jamie, this is for the grand prize of becoming Miss Teen USA. If you become Miss Teen USA of 2021, Jamie, how will you solve world peace and hunger?
As best I can explain it, there is, among other things, a philosophical problem of how can we know that things are true? Among those things, causal relationships in reality. And as best that I'm aware, once you get back to the point of, well, I am experiencing something, even if my experiences are false, the only thing that I can know is that there is a thing.
Well, why would you say that?
Okay. Here's the bottom line, man. Here's the bottom line. We all in here know that this guy is spewing BS. His audience knows he's spewing BS, and those two clowns know they're spewing BS.
Of course.
Yeah, 20 seconds straight of just pure gobbledygook. Yeah, you kudos for the time that went on.
I post that clip of Cal and Goodburger saying, I know some of these words.
Oh, yeah. You had to get the Good Burger reference. That was good, man.
Oh my gosh! You know, watching the ACA YouTube videos is just comedy gold. Oh my gosh!
Bruce, dude, you're on form tonight, dude. Those are some good.
Well, listen, I got to give credit. I got to give credit to Nick where did Nick go? Oh no, he's still here. Nick was the one who motivated me to do this tonight. So.
This is his favorite, I think.
Nick deserves all the credit.
Mystery Science Theater, but atheist.
It's like Good Burger. We're all atheists in our own way. I'm an atheist. You're an atheist. She's an atheist. We're all atheists.
He's just as funny as why he's cranking up his MST3Ks, man.
Oh god,
it's terrible. It's really sad too.
Yeah, sure. They got see what they look like.
All right, here we go.
Categorically, that nothing is absolute. That's a contradiction, Jamie.
Hold
No.
on, just real quick, look how he holds his left hand there as if he's being so on point. He's actually delivering some sort of like definitive statement to really flesh out a coherent statement.
No, you don't understand. Jamie is doing sign language, and that's the signing for I'm BSing.
The follow-up was I'm going to get in the high gear.
Experiences are false. The only thing that I can know is that there is a thing here, right? My mind in some
why
form
would you say
exists.
that? 2 weeks ago, you said you rejected categorically that nothing is absolute. That's a contradiction, Jamie.
No. So if I either misspoke or miscommunicated,
now when they get hoisted by their own petard, what they said previously. Oh, I misspoke.
That's the politically correct answer there. Yeah.
It's like Japan says, we declare war on you. And the United States says, oh, yeah, we'll drop a bomb on you. Oh, he misspoke.
Kidding.
The pride of these people, they're just never fundamentally wrong. It's always they misspoke.
Politically expedient answer. Yeah. Yeah, that was a fuck up. Let me rephrase that. Yeah, that's what you're essentially saying.
If I either misspoke or miscommunicated, I apologize for that. So,
do you believe that there's anything fundamentally absolute, Jamie?
Can you define fundamentally absolute?
We go back to the definition game.
Find everything. You got to put kid gloves on for these people. What a bunch of morons.
When you graduate high school, we don't know what those terms mean. Like,
you believe that anything's absolute. Define fundamental, define absolute.
It's a whole new vocabulary to them. They never heard these words before until today. Can you define those? We really never engaged those terms ever before.
These are the geniuses behind microphones that are taking phone calls, folks.
Do you have an idea of a concept called context clues, you idiot?
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean by context?
It's something that exists non-dependently.
I don't know whether or not my conscious exists dependent or independent.
I'm not asking you about your consciousness. I'm asking you, is there anything that is
as far as I do not hold the belief that there is something that exists fundamentally and non-causally.
He doesn't know if his mind is dependent.
Okay, you don't. Okay, right. But
wait a minute. Fundamentally non-causal. Now you say those words as if you know what they mean all of a sudden. Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now he understands the words.
Eureka.
This tells you that these people are lying.
Do you believe that there's something that's fundamentally and absolute? So you don't believe that there's anything that is absolute. Is that correct?
Well, I don't hold it.
We're saying you don't.
The Iraq.
Just to clarify, I'm saying that I neither believe nor know that to be the answer. And the reason I'm being this...
He should say, instead of saying just to clarify, he should say just to obfuscate.
What he just said was gobbledygook. Let me play that back.
That wall just got 10 feet taller than the wall.
Oh my gosh.
Correct.
Well, I don't hold it.
We're saying
just,
we don't know.
Just to clarify, I'm saying that
just to clarify,
I neither believe nor know that to be the answer. And the reason I'm being this specific is I don't want to miscommunicate. I don't want to give either the audience or you the impression that I believe that that is not the case, which is different than not believing that.
Okay, so you're undecided whether something's absolute.
I hate when they
pretend.
I hate when they pretend that they're trying to have a productive discussion. I don't want you to be confused about this. I don't want to confuse the audience. I hate when they pretend like they're trying to be.
Yeah, this is more BSing. He said 2 weeks prior to this phone call, he said he absolutely rejected. He did not believe that anything was ultimate. Right? Now he's going, I'm just unconvinced. I don't know what I believe.
I just love it. Like, the more you take these clowns off their pedestal, the more absurd their answers become.
Yeah.
Okay, since you're undecided that something is absolute, then you must believe by blind faith that there are causal relations, because you have no. Okay, then what's your rational justification for causal relations?
So the alternative that you provided, which you just explained.
Is he answering my question?
He's thinking real hard.
No, he's not answering the question.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
Getting there.
Yeah, I'm walking.
Yeah, that's right. He's getting there.
He's piecing it together through a regime of validity.
Through my thoughts here.
It's a self-referential statement.
The alternative that you just provided,
I remember
which
the
was,
regime of validity. That's like,
Because you have no. Okay, then what's your rational justification for causal relations?
So the alternative that you provided, which you just explained. Oh, well, then you must believe on.
I asked.
Yeah, I'm walking through my thoughts here.
Yeah, you're piecing it together.
So the alternative that you just provided, which was, well, then you must believe in these things on faith, implies that I believe necessarily these things, right? So the only thing that I have, that you have, that Thomas has.
He is trying so hard to sell.
So he doesn't believe there's causal connections?
Look at how he's looking at the camera. He's trying so hard to sell the bull crap.
I posted the Chewbacca thanks in there.
By the way,
Nice.
listen, I sent a copy of this video to one of the most preeminent researchers in the United States, Dr. Irwin Corey. Okay, and he sent me a message back. He said, "What we are seeing here is classic deer in the headlights." That's from Dr. Irwin Corey, right? Classic deer in the headlights.
Yep.
Can know is the way that we can measure and interact with the world around us.
Is that absolute, Jamie?
If you say absolute and mean not dependent on something else, then
it's absolutely true.
Can you define what you mean by absolute?
These guys, when they can't or don't want to answer a question, it's always, can you define?
I have one way of interacting with anything, and it is the basis I'm answering the question right now. I have one way of interacting or knowing or coming to a belief about anything, and the fundamental basis of that is to perceive. And I'm unaware of anyone that has provided a solution to that, which is called in philosophy the problem of hard solipsism.
Now, EF,
is there
I'm not talking about solipsism.
Why are you taking a position?
I'm just asking him, do you have a grounding for your claim of causality and evidence? Okay,
so that solutions can even exist.
Yeah, I'm asking you, do you have can you, remember Matt de la Blovier, can you demonstrate? Can you ground? Can you demonstrate that there is something fundamental or absolute that grounds causality so there can be evidence, right? And they're just running off on a rabbit trail talking about solipsism.
Yeah, instead of being real about what he actually believes, just go around talking about other categories of philosophy or topics like solipsism or other schools of thought. You don't ever talk about or get to the bare bones of what you believe. Just start talking about everything else except that. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, God, it is.
A solution to the problem of hard solipsism?
Your perception depends.
Is there a solution to the problem of hard solipsism?
Right. Your claim to perception is based upon causal relations. Do you have a rational justification, Jamie, that there are causal relations and connections between events?
When you say,
okay, simple question.
Yep.
Do you have a rational justification that there are connections between events? Now, because he doesn't want to answer the question, watch, he's going to throw another question back at me, okay? Because he doesn't want to answer the question.
Your claim to perception is based upon causal relations. Do you have a rational justification, Jamie, that there are causal relations and connections between events?
when you say rational explanation, do you mean something other than the only way that I can interact with anything?
Wow. He's reasserting those causal connections between events for
You know what, man? They should change this show to Talk Hiding, because that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh my gosh!
You should call it Chasing Squirrels.
Oh boy! Oh my
Wow.
gosh! Oh, this is just too much.
It's a Chewbacca defense, man.
I just want to know what your rational justification is for causal
Define
relations.
rational justification, because
there you go again.
Dodge.
I believe that I've answered your question.
Do you have a deductive way of reasoning that there are causal relations between events, i.e., evidence, or do you believe it by faith?
So, the starting point, the starting point is the way that I can interact with reality, and if you start there, what follows after?
So in other words, that's such a throwaway. That's such a throwaway response.
He's not saying anything.
Well, in other words, he's saying he starts with a baseless assertion, is what he's saying.
But he's not saying anything. He's not responding to my question.
Maybe he's moving his hands around the way. Maybe he's moving his hands around the way he is because he's actually hand waving.
Here's where I'm wanting to rip my hair out. EF.
Yeah. Speak for yourself, moron.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you, asking you questions that you're dodging and tap dancing around. You're filibustering. You're giving me community college lectures that are segueing away from the question, and you're frustrated with me.
I still didn't hear. I did hear you explain how you know there are causal relations.
EF, you're talking over us.
He's upset that you're not.
Mr. Westbrook, you protest too much.
Yeah, can you guys just answer my question?
Like, I feel like you guys are going in circles, and here's where I want to rip my hair out.
For a rational justification for his assertions.
Yeah, because I'm not sitting here in awe of their genius.
I don't think they've heard those words. Rational justification. Yeah, they keep missing it.
Can I please?
Yeah. Hold on.
Why I'm getting frustrated is because you you have this script, and I've seen you do this script before, and I've heard you on Discord bitching about Talk Heathen about this. Please let me finish. And
look at how angry he is.
He's coming on here. She's gonna tell you what's up, dog.
I've heard you before on. Listen, he goes. I've heard you before with this script bitching about Talk Heathens.
Why doesn't he have an answer to the question?
Well, guess what? Wait
a
minute.
To it.
He just said, I've heard you with your script bitching on Discord about Talk Heathens. Well, guess what? We're back.
Here I am.
We're here.
It's extremely frustrating because what you're doing is you're trying to say everything is dependent on something else, and you're making a hard stance. You're saying
that's not what you said.
Everything that we do is contingent.
He didn't. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, these are not the brightest of the. They should let Dillahunty and them talk.
Dillahunty couldn't even answer these questions. You think he's significantly smarter than these guys? Really? What are you smoking? Push away the bong. Call 911.
Contingent on something else. And I would most likely agree with you and say that there is something that everything is contingent on. My consciousness is contingent on the universe and the laws of nature and stuff. Whether those are absolute, the laws of our universe versus the laws of other universes and some kind of multiverse, I don't know. None of us know. We don't.
Good. Then what are you doing answering questions on this show?
Well done, host. Well done.
Okay, if you don't know, if everything is shrouded in mystery, why are you making assertions about anything?
I don't know these things beyond a shadow of a doubt. So for you to come along and make an absolute claim that everything is contingent, therefore it must be God or it must be the universe, it's more likely to be God.
Anytime. Goodness gracious.
These people really have a mental deficit. It's just they don't listen, or I don't know what's going on there. But
yep, they have a one-track mind.
God, because reasons is just flat out bullshit, and it's absurd. And you're making.
Wait a minute. Why is it BS when everything is shrouded in mystery? You said we just don't know anything. Well, if you don't know anything, how can you say something's BS?
Yeah, where's the BSery coming from? As if there is something affirmative beyond the mysterious point. Like, what a moron.
How can you say anything's wrong or BS or not kosher when you don't know why anything is? You've already admitted you don't know.
Darth, is the B bullshit? I don't know.
You see, he's getting angry because I'm exposing their fraudulent position. They're claiming to be wise men on microphone, and these guys are buffoons.
You're making a claim, you're making a statement without evidence. Now you're saying.
Notice how his voice pitch is getting higher and higher and higher.
Notice that's what you're asking him. Is he making a claim that evidence exists without a basis, without evidence?
But Darth, I brought up that card earlier.
Why is he panicking?
Yeah.
This is the quintessential emotional meltdown that you have with these people.
Yeah, because I'm asking them a simple, circumspect question, and I'm holding their feet to the fire, and they're getting angry with me because they are inept.
This one question.
I'm the bad guy.
How many minutes ago? How far are we into this? Because you started off at the top of the show.
We are 16 minutes into it. Okay, 16 minutes.
Be God or it must be the universe, and it's more likely to be God because reasons is just flat out bullshit, and it's absurd. And you're making.
Now you'll notice. He just said that offering God as an alternative explanation is BS. Now, is that the kind of reaction we have with somebody who is simply unconvinced?
Nope.
It's only BS if you've already predetermined that God does not exist. This is not the mindset, this is not the emotional state of somebody who claims he's just unconvinced. This is somebody whose mind is made up, right? He actually thinks that offering God as an explanation, which is not what I'm doing here. I don't offer God as an alternative explanation. I say that God is the only explanation. But I didn't discuss that in this phone call. But he knows what my worldview is. And so he's revealing his true colors here, that if you propose God in any way as being explanatory, that it's BS. Because you, Thomas Westbrook, do not, in fact, believe God exists, but you want to hide behind this lacktheism.
You're making a claim, you're making a statement without evidence. Now you're saying that.
Good. What is your evidence that evidence can exist? Right?
That's the original question.
That's the original question. Is there something fundamentally and absolute that will provide a foundation so that there can be evidence? Right? This is how dumb these guys are.
And
Dumb.
And the thing is, you guys haven't even truly gotten to your worldview yet. You've been asking them questions about their worldview, and they're getting mad and unraveling and want to, attack your worldview.
I know. Yeah. So if you throw cream puff, sugar muffin questions at them, they love you. But if you ask them hard, difficult questions, they get angry.
in order to have evidence, in order to have something that, you can, is causal, you're like, well, how do we know that works every time? The answer is we don't. For all I know, I could be living in a computer simulation where someone has set all of the rules. You could call that someone God.
Good. Then what?
Then how do you know what the answer is?
Hold on a second. Look, this guy, did you hear what he just said? Then why does he do dozens upon dozens of attack videos on the Bible? This guy does dozens of attack videos on the Bible. If this could be all a fantasy world, then your criticism is just fantasy too. If you could be in a simulation, but all of his attack videos presuppose that he's not in a simulation.
Yeah, so go ahead and take them all down. Take all those attack videos down.
They talk out of both sides of their mouth. Right? Oh, we could be in a simulation. Good. If we're in a simulation, then when you say something is neither here nor there, it's all a fantasy world anyway. So there's no up and down, right or wrong in a simulation. You see what frauds these guys are?
God, you could call it an advanced alien computer programmer. I don't know that beyond anything outside my consciousness. As far as I
Good. Then if you don't know that, then you don't know anything. Okay, he does videos championing evolution, and he champions evolution as a stick to beat creationists with. If you don't know anything, then why do you do all these attack videos against creationism? Because after all, your entire belief of an old universe, an old Earth, and eons of time of biological evolution could all be a fantasy in a computer simulation, couldn't it? Does everybody see what a fraud this guy is?
Yeah, look, man, if you're gonna be a tool, you might as well be at least building something with it.
So everything he says, whatever he asserts from here on out, well, that's not necessarily true because this could be a part of a dream sequence in a computer simulation, dude. I mean, these people think they're smart. They're fools.
As far as I know, no one has solved the hard problem of consciousness. But if that's the case, they could alter, the algorithms, and they could make it so that when I pick up this water bottle, it just melts and falls right through and completely violates the laws of physics. As far as I know, as everything around me that I've observed, I've never seen that happen. So I operate in a world where I go based off of patterns. I go based off of every time that
But all those patterns calls be a part of a simulation.
You know what soundbite this calls for? You know what soundbite this calls for? Get a soundbite the Tasmanian Devil, because that's what he sounds like right now.
Yeah. He's having a mini temper tantrum.
Someone
just said it. You could just say what patterns. There's no patterns. Where are you getting patterns from?
Yes, I count for similarity.
You're assuming that we're not in a simulation, but you just said we could be in a simulation. So why should I take anything you're saying seriously when it could all be a dream sequence? You see how the guy contradicts himself within the course of just a couple of minutes?
He's not grounding that universal similarity.
Right. This is a guy, listen to me. This is a guy who gets very aroused, if you catch my drift, in doing attack videos on creationism and on the Bible. Right? But this is a guy who believes it could all be a simulation. Does anybody see a contradiction there, folks?
I don't know how anyone takes this man
seriously. It has never done that. But I cannot make a straight up bold claim that is going to be the case 100% of the time. But I can say with 99.99999% certainty based off of everything that I've observed. And that's the best
observation. What you've observed could simply be a simulation because you could be a brain in a vacuum, you said. You see the double talk of these people? These guys are so full of crap, it isn't funny.
We have. Does that make sense?
99.99999. Please just throw that out there.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Do I think it makes sense? No, because you're still not addressing the issue.
Okay.
Nice. I love it, man.
How'd you like that dig? He just went through a complete diatribe. Do I understand and hearing what you're saying? Yes. Okay, but you're not making any sense.
You kept a laser focus on there, though.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Do I think it makes sense? No, because you're still not addressing the issue.
Okay.
Are you guessing when you assert that there are causal relations? Are you adopting that there are causal relations?
They are really pissed now.
Notice how calm you've been the entire time, and now how unhinged they're getting by the second, man. Literally.
Did really good thus far. Gotta applaud you. Did really good.
Thomas Westbrook, man, he better check his blood pressure after the show.
By faith, or do you have a rational justification?
I told you I'm going based off of patterns, and
but those patterns could be a part of a computer simulation. So the patterns don't mean anything because it could be a simulation. It may not be real.
And that is the best evidence that we have.
Patterns can be the result of chance rather than necessity, Thomas.
And sometimes we're wrong about that, and that's why science makes corrections.
Okay, so Thomas, how do you demarcate any particular consecutive sequences are the result of spontaneous chance versus necessity, such as causality? How do you rationally justify?
He hates this. Look at him, man. He hates this.
Yeah.
Listen,
they're not used to being intelligently and assertively challenged. Okay. They just get these mealy-mouthy people call up. This is why he's pissed, right? Because he's being challenged.
Yeah.
We measure them using multiple different methods of measurement, and we replicate those measurements, and we have other people observe them and measure them.
Okay.
And it overlaps with other fields of science, and we build this.
Yeah, he's giving me a little lecture that he would give to a 5th grade class. I know all this. It's not addressing the question.
You're begging the question.
EF, maybe help us understand.
Help us. EF, help us. Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're our only hope.
What conclusion do you draw?
He's not saying help us because he wants to actually be helped. He's saying help us to be a pretentious little twig.
Help us, EF. Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're our only hope.
We did really originally know where you're going, but now we're lost.
It doesn't matter what my conclusion.
Actually, it does, because right now I'm asking you that question.
No, okay, yeah. And so now, because we can't answer your questions, we want to turn the tables on you, okay?
Do you have a conclusion about these questions?
Yeah, I hold to the Christian worldview. Now, Thomas, I want to know
why you hold to the Christian worldview.
Okay, I'd like to finish my question.
I'd like you to justify the Christian worldview. Presumably, if you believe in the Christian world,
you see how they're using you see how they're using their host controls to dodge the questions here. Okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, if they try to force it back on you like this, Darth, one line you could use is you could say, well, one of the reasons I hold to the Christian world view is because if you don't, you descend into foolishness like you.
That's good.
Worldview that includes the text of the Bible. Okay, do you believe that I should accept?
He does this where he likes to just talk and talk and talk, and it's not a productive conversation.
Hold on, EF, Tom.
Look at him. He's pissed.
No. Well, you weren't just talking and talking and talking. These people weren't answering questions the whole time.
It's a call-in show. Yeah, this guy calls into the call-in show and talks.
Oh gosh.
How many times did Thomas diatribe? Or each of them diatribe? And I think they talk a lot longer than you.
I did want to mention this, but according to inside information that I had, after this phone call, Thomas Westbrook was seen going into his local supermarket and buying at least 2 packages of Preparation H.
Thomas has put you back on hold. Mostly, I just want to know whether or not you believe that I should accept the Christian worldview. And if so, what are the reasons why I should justify the Christian worldview?
In other words, we're not going to take any more questions from you.
Okay? That hot seat, they went off real quick. Within 15 minutes.
Worldview. Yep.
Okay, the reason why you're asking me this question is because you do not want to complete my asking Thomas the question about his rational justification.
You've asked it 3 times. I'd like you to answer.
Yeah, and he's dodged it every time.
You've asked it 7 times.
Been on my show 3 separate times, and you have not presented a single justification for your position. It took you 3 times on my show for you to say anything about what you believe and why, which is the...
Why does it matter what I believe?
Look at the smoke screen.
This is a call-in show. This is a call-in show for us, for you to tell us your genius and what you think about things. Why does it matter what I believe? Okay?
I'm here asking the atheist oracles what they believe,
Yeah,
and
the
they don't like
atheist
that.
oracles. All right,
So you ask them questions, and then it's a problem with them answering the question. They pretend like it's about turn the tables on you all day long. Aren't you call in and ask, or call in and answer show? Is that what you guys put your platform as? Now you don't want to answer questions? What a bunch of jokes.
Yeah, because now they want to change the subject. Now they want to attack me, right? This is a call-in show. You're supposed to be taking questions, right? All right, listen,
It's amazing how naively they do it so blatantly. Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute. I'll need to go get a bottle of water. Okay, so I'll be back.
But they just do it so blatantly. It's just, we can tell we're on camera, we're in the public here. We'll just blatantly change the conversation. Oh, man. Oh, it's painful. It's so cringe.
Maybe, you know what, man? Maybe they are the best sellers of the evolutionary theory, because the way these clowns speak, they actually will make me believe they evolved from monkeys.
All over the place.
They'll make me a believer in evolution after looking at this clown show right here.
What monkeys do is throw crap at a wall, and just throw it around. That's all they've done thus far for 15 minutes, throwing crap around. Little mini diatribes.
At least the monkey is consistent. At least you'll expect a monkey maybe to eat a banana or something like that. These clowns, they just flip and flop all over the place like John Kerry.
Wow. Oof. Yeah, Darth asked this question like 6-7 times. It was just 3, but oh man. They even lost track how many times he asked a question. They repeatedly dodged and smoke screened. Oh. Jeez. How to brutally dodge a question in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, you literally dodge a question for like 15 minutes straight. Like, how do you accomplish that so well?
Ask you a question that I have wanted to ask you since second one of your first call on my show. Do you?
Oh, so you want to ask me questions? Well, why don't we set up a call-in show and you can call in?
I thought he's the Thomas in this show. And he's like, all right, Thomas didn't do too well. I need to pick up the reins here. He's got to pick up the reins for Thomas now. He's diverting to Thomas since he copped out on the previous show. That's what he taught to Thomas, who said, hey, Thomas better to handle this issue. So Thomas is running on fumes now.
Or not.
Wow.
Also, Matt Dillahunty would like you to call him on
I'll be more than happy to call.
I believe. I mean, he hasn't said anything. I can't hear him. Hopefully, I haven't done it.
He's diverting to Dillahunty now.
Wait a minute. Matt Dillahunty would like me to call in. Really? That's interesting, because Matt Dillahunty said on air that I was banned.
He had to divert to 2 people. Well, I can't answer it. Go to Thomas. Go to Matt. It's hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Thomas, we tried.
I guess Matt Dillahunty's flunkies can't answer these questions, can they?
A disservice. EF, what I would like to know is there a good reason?
He just talks loudly.
I know.
He just talks loudly. He just talks loudly.
So annoying.
EF, is there
You've talked at the same octave level the entire time.
Yeah.
For me to accept the Christian worldview, yes or no, 1 Peter 3:15.
Oh, he knows that one.
Oh yeah, there is a good.
Yeah, 1 Peter 3:15. Yeah, I'd like to ask Jamie, what's the 5th book in the New Testament? Do you think he could answer it? No.
Good answer to that, but I'd like to finish my question with Thomas first.
I would like you to answer my question.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question.
Because I don't believe that, you know what, I'm right here with you. I don't believe that Thomas can provide you an answer that will satisfy you.
God, I love this mute button.
Yeah, it's here.
Well,
Hold
I
on.
mean, if
Jeff,
you don't even
you're
get to the
back
dang
off hold.
answer,
I
then
don't
we will
believe
never
that
know, will we?
that Thomas can provide you an answer that will satisfy your
Well,
curiosity.
I provided him with an answer.
I know.
And
That's why I chose the words
and he
that I
keeps
did.
going in this loop. It's
I know,
as a
Thomas.
programmer,
Hold
we
on.
call these infinite loops, and it's maddening. And we need to fix his fucking algorithm.
Okay. Well,
I answered that question. I think I did.
Do you think he's angry?
Yeah, he's really going off the reservation right now, isn't he?
I think he's pissed off at Jamie.
Wait a minute. That was a real racist statement there, Tom Locke.
Well, in order to be able to fix something, there'd have to be causal connections.
Man, my bigotry is all over the place today, isn't it? Deer.
Going off the reservation. Come on now.
He's back to the same issue again. Causal connections of your sequence in your algorithm. Same thing that you dodged repeatedly, Thomas. And now I think he's pissed off at Jamie for passing the buck to Matt now. He passed the buck to Thomas.
Because I believe that line of questioning with Thomas is not going to provide something that is satisfactory to you or provide something that provide an answer that the audience hasn't already heard. Are you willing to discuss reasons why I or other people should accept the Christian worldview?
Tell me about Jesus.
Yeah, because if you don't accept the Christian,
I will gladly do it.
Okay.
When I finish my question with Thomas, I asked Thomas to explain to me how he determines that the.
You see how I stayed focused and I wasn't intimidated by him trying to derail and complete my question with Thomas Westbrook?
Yep. Do you see his face drop again? He's like, oh man.
And they're like, oh crap!
You don't have your fangs into them, and they're not letting go.
They're like, oh crap! He will not stop.
without the Christian worldview, you won't be able to provide reasons for anything.
Yeah.
The consecutive events are the result of causality rather than spontaneous chance. Can you answer that, Tom?
Can I? If I answer that question one more time, will you be satisfied?
Well, I'd like an answer to the question. How do you? Here's the question.
If I answer your question this time, hang on. You really have to learn, EF. When someone asks you something or when someone's engaging with you, you really have to learn to to have a.
Yeah, you know why I talk like this? Because I know how they like to intimidate and roll over you.
Well, how come they stopped restating the precise question that you asked them? They were doing it earlier. Now they don't do it.
A back and forth. It's like a game of tennis. One side has the ball and then they hit it to the other. You don't just keep talking over someone. You can't have a conversation like that. I asked you and you didn't answer. If I answer your question one more time, will you be satisfied with that? And then will you allow us to ask you a question about your position? Because it sounds like to me, you're trying to show all of the holes in our reasoning, and yet you haven't given a single reason, a single justification for your Christian worldview.
That's because I didn't bring it up.
You're just here showing your holes.
Yeah, they're making it sound like I introduced the subject. Hold on, right back.
Well, holes in between what? Intelligible experience, which they haven't even accounted for. So
no, I guarantee you they were told in their headsets, turn it on him. Okay? Yeah, they said, just stop answering, you're just turn it on him.
And so for us to say we don't know beyond
Darth, they told him stop pretending to answer and just start turning it on him.
Yeah.
on a shadow of a doubt, we're trying to get to the truth as honestly as we possibly can, and here's the best that we have to work with. And for
did he say as honestly as we can? In an atheistic world, what difference does it make whether it's honesty or dishonesty? All that matters is the results, right? Here the atheists again are moralizing. Right? These people are pathetic.
And for you to say, oh, that's not good enough, it's full of holes and it's flawed, but then you don't offer any reason. I'm open. If you can provide me.
Does anybody believe that?
No. We've already heard it's all BS to him.
Is anybody? No. He's all. Listen, this scumbag does dozens and dozens of attack videos on Christianity, right? He gets off on doing attack videos. He spends a lot of time scripting it, editing it, doing the graphics, animation, whatever, attacking dozens and dozens of attack videos against Christianity. But now he says he's open. Does anybody believe that?
5 minutes earlier, he says BS. 5 minutes earlier, it's complete
believe
BS.
that he's open to the actuality and truth of Christianity? Okay, if you're so open to it, then how can you be open when you do all of these attack videos on Christianity? This guy's a liar, all right?
Did you just forget the fuming rant that he had earlier? No, only a few minutes earlier.
This guy is lying through his teeth. He's not open about the actuality of Christianity, because if you're open, why have you done all those attack videos?
Me logic and evidence and reasons why not just God exists, but Jesus rose from the dead and all of this stuff, which is a huge leap. If you can show me why, I will convert right here, right now on this show. Go ahead.
You won't.
Why would it be a leap?
Okay, so the question is, how do you rationally justify?
The fangs are still in.
I just ignored everything he said, and I went back to my original question.
You had laser freaking focus in this. I applaud you. It was great. I love it.
I didn't even realize. I didn't realize that I did that. I just ignored everything.
On their show, they're gonna turn the vampires real soon.
Those fangs are deep.
That the events that you call patterns are the result of causal relations and connections between events rather than spontaneous occurrence. Do you have a rational justification, or do you believe by blind faith that there are causal relations and connections and evidence?
So I don't believe on blind faith. What I do is I either say, I don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt, that's an okay answer. If you cannot tell beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's okay to say, I don't know. But
so he doesn't have a rational
all of
justification.
the evidence that we've observed around us over time.
That's begging the
question.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You have to support that there's evidence of causal relation.
No. Or you can say everything that we've observed so far in this universe functions in these ways. And this is what we've observed.
Functioning is presupposing causal connections.
About the universe around us.
What's that?
It says observing.
As is observing.
Absolutely.
Yes. And based off of everything that we know and have observed, this is how we have to live in order to live functionally, in order to operate.
All you're just simply doing is you're presupposing causality, right? That
maybe Bertrand Russell will be laughing at him going, we've tried answering this. We've shown basically.
I'm asking him, how do you rationally justify that there are causal connections rather than these are spontaneous occurrences in the chronology of events? And he says, well, we have to live this way. In other words, what he says, simply saying, well, if we want to get certain results, we're just presupposing causality. This is not giving me a justification that there's causality versus spontaneous chronology. He's not answering the question.
Yeah, you're presupposing having a chance.
No, it's not.
You're committing the fallacy. You are. Well,
all right.
Okay. I didn't hear.
Fantastic.
Can you explain?
Let me jump in here a little bit, because
let me come to the rescue of Thomas Westbrook. I'm going to rescue. Okay, we're going to do a rescue. We're going to do an intervention.
He's been on Peter for a while.
EF. Hold on.
He's on hold again.
Hold on. Thomas has put you on hold again. Sure, you're right. Thomas has committed 1,000 fallacies. His answer is completely unacceptable. He has no comprehension of reality, etc. Are you willing?
Now he's going on his phone. he's pulling a Mandisa.
He's looking up induction. Fallacy of induction.
To engage in a discussion with me about why I should accept the Christian worldview. You're back off hold. And sorry, I don't want to give you the impression that I'm not going to let you make a statement about what you find unsatisfactory in Thomas's answer.
So just before I get into my reasoning for my worldview as a Christian, and just so I don't put words in Thomas' mouth, is it your position that you have no rational justification for causality and evidence, Thomas?
Well, first, I would like to take issue with you saying that I was performing a begging the question fallacy. And I'm going to read off the definition of the begging the question fallacy. Begging the question is an informal fallacy that occurs when an argument's premises assume the truth of the conclusion.
That's right.
He's just looking
exactly
up.
what he did.
That's what he's typing.
That's exactly what he did.
He was typing begging the question in the Google.
Live on the show.
Right in the middle of the show.
I thought he's supposed to already know what that means.
I thought he was Googling induction, but I was like, well, he could be Googling begging the question. I was right. That was the second option. And here's proof.
Yeah, he was presupposing causality when he says, you know, we have to behave in a certain way to get certain results. He wasn't defending how they know there's causality. He's talking about how they would conduct themselves because they presuppose causality.
He's begging it with everything is first. Observation, functionality.
At no point in my argument or reasoning did I assume the truth of my conclusion.
Yes, you did. Yes, he did. Wait, you see how clueless he is?
He just should write the paper and go,
yeah, yeah. He's appealing to sense perception, okay?
Functionality.
Functionality, all of which presuppose the causal principle.
Yep.
I mean, this is a kind of idiot who does attack videos on Christianity, and he doesn't realize. You know what's interesting? They have a deep-seated hatred for Christianity, okay? And for many of them, it's a vicarious thrill that they get. It's a deeply emotionally held hatred that they have for Christianity. Why, if you believe that Christianity is a fairy tale, why do they spend so much time in their in non-working hours? Why do they spend so much time going after Christianity? Why? I'll tell you why. It's because they are deeply resentful toward family members, mothers or parents, fathers who raised them, and they deeply resent it. And this is their way of getting back.
Yes, what I did was I said, I do not know beyond a shadow of a doubt. I made no hard claims.
Yes, you did. You said you use your sense perception. You use your sense perception with predictive capability, and that you get result. That's begging the question.
So there was no assumption of a conclusion to be had. So if I made no hard claims and I came to no solid conclusion, we know this beyond a shadow of a doubt. I said, I do not know for certain, but everything that we observe around us seems to indicate that this is the case.
And if you don't know for certain, it could seem to be the other way. So why did you pick the way that it seems one way? If chance is behind it all, it would seem to be that way. How do you tell the difference?
That when I do this, this happens. There's something going on here. There's something that's being caused that's happening. Okay?
Yeah, see that? He's begging the question.
Yeah. Now, I came to no conclusion. I came to no, solid statement of
this guy's an idiot. All he is argumentative. And you see, this is what they thrive on. They're not good thinkers. They're not good debaters, but they do thrive as being argumentative.
Fact about the universe.
So throwing out patterns, observations, functionality was just superfluous, right, Thomas?
No.
Yeah, there was no begging the question fallacy to be had. Thank you.
Because he wasn't dogmatic.
Did you appeal to sense perception to justify causal relations, Thomas?
God. Did you see that?
And you nailed him. Right there.
See that?
You were on the ball on this call, dude.
Yeah,
I tell you.
You know what? I agree with you. I don't mean to pat myself on the back. I think my previous phone call yesterday when I was talking to Mandisa and whomever, I think it was Jamie, I think I made it too complicated. I was too wordy. It was going over their heads. But I'm staying focused like a laser beam here.
Mm-hmm.
I never said that there was a causal relation to begin with. Period.
Yes, you do. When you talk about the efficacy of evidence, you are asserting implicitly causal connections.
Period. I never said that there wasn't to begin with. Period.
Do causal relations and connections exist?
I said I do not know beyond a shadow of a doubt. It appears that way.
Okay, do you believe it by faith?
No.
Then what's your rational justification?
Good. Then what's the rational justification?
Okay, then what's your rational justification that is not question begging that there are causal relations?
So I think the line of question.
And so now Jamie's going to jump in with a parachute and White Knight and relieve him of having to answer the question
for the third time.
He doesn't even want to answer the question.
Questioning that you have, correct me if I'm wrong, is designed to draw attention to the fact that beyond sense perception and conclusions that can be drawn within the assumption that sense perception is meaningful, that there hasn't been a justification provided either by Thomas or myself to justify sense perception as a means of understanding existence.
What
is that a point that you're?
Thomas is asserting that evidence is meaningful. Evidence entails causal relations and connections. Do you have, Thomas, a rational justification?
Yeah. Before you ask the question again, he's provided what he would say is I don't know whether he would use the.
See. Do you notice how this soft spoken? This is his best impersonation of the fourth grade teacher. Okay?
Thomas ran out of steam, man.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
Yeah.
Thomas, to the best of his ability, tried so hard. He's working so hard, to be a good atheist and to be an anti-creationist. Yeah. And he tried to the best of his ability. Can't you just give him a break? Just
he was getting there. He was a legend that could.
He's just trying so hard. Can't you just help him out?
Can we nickname him
what I would describe as
tank engine?
The reasons that he draws conclusions about causal relationships. And I think the point that you're trying to make by asking, this question again and again is that you believe that his answer is insufficient. And so you ask the question again and say that his answer is insufficient. And he provides his answer again using different words. And you ask the question again.
He repeats the question begging.
Yeah. So given that he has given the same answer.
I literally read off begging the question.
Given that.
Yeah, and you were guilty of it. And I'm trying to explain to you how you're guilty of it. Right?
Thomas
has missed that
answer.
No, because he has confirmation bias.
There more than twice, and you have asked the same question more than twice. I think that you have received the only answer from Thomas to that question that you are going to receive.
Now, can you follow up on your side of?
Hold on. Do you understand that asking him the question again?
That question again, Thomas.
Fantastic. Can you answer my question, please? Why should I accept the Christian worldview?
Well, because he denied that he was question begging. He appealed.
Excellent. He appealed to sense perception in order to justify sense perception. This point.
White Knight for him?
Oh my fucking God! Are you kidding me with the buzzwords? Listen.
Jamie.
They're coming out, man. They're coming out.
Did you hear that?
White Knight failed right there. Yeah.
Did you hear that? He takes the Lord's name in vain, and I said, "Wait a minute! I thought you don't believe in God."
Hold on. Do you understand that asking him the question again is not going to get a different answer?
Okay, I won't ask that question again, Thomas.
Fantastic. Can you answer my question, please? Why should I accept the Christian worldview?
Well, because he denied that he was question begging. He appealed.
Excellent. He appealed to sense perception in order to justify sense perception. This point.
White Knight for him?
Oh my fucking God! Are you kidding me with the buzzwords? Listen to me. All right, you are now on hold because that is perhaps the most dishonest way you have engaged with either myself or Thomas or with Eric.
We had
really my explanation. Hold on, my exclamation of.
I thought you don't believe in God, Jamie.
Oh my God. Earned from you the response, I thought you didn't believe in God. Are you joking? That is unbelievably absurd for you to say in response to me. Do you want to have...
Now he's working himself into an indignant lather.
I love that. I love that. He's working. Wait a minute. We got to write that down. He's working himself into an indignant lather.
Eric B. does it great.
Oh, gosh.
You're the one being absurd, right?
Honest.
What's that? What's that? No, somebody made a comment?
No. He's saying that you're the one being absurd.
No, these guys are just not accustomed to people holding their feet to the fire. That's all.
I love how he feigns offense. He pretends to be offended by what you said, just to try to look like he's.
Surely you can't be serious.
I need to get pissed off about something else now.
This discussion about what I should believe and what justifications you have for what you believe or not. That is a yes or no question that I need the answer to before we proceed. Yeah.
There's little tapping seals in the background.
To hear what your foundational justifications are, but you told me.
I believe that you have just inadvertently provided me with the answer no. Are you prepared now on this call to provide me?
I think this is one of my first experiences of a homosexual man getting angry at me.
Sufficient reason to accept the Christian
I like what
worldview.
Jay Robbins said. He said that he was feigning outrage. Like, they make up so much stuff about what's going on in the conversation that they even feign their own feelings. They even make up the fact that they're outraged about it when they know dang well.
Well, Darth, you just slapped us silly, so we're gonna slap you back. So here you go.
Are you serious?
He's getting it turned on right now, man.
Seriously, EF, are you serious?
You really slapped us silly, so we're going back at you now.
Surely you can't be serious.
Yes, I am, but don't call me Shirley.
The reason why you should accept the Christian worldview is due to the impossibility of the contrary. Through a reductio ad absurdum, if you deny the proposition of the Christian worldview, your worldview is going to have to provide a foundation that provides for all coherence. But you told me 2 weeks ago, Jamie, and so did Thomas, you don't know what the foundation to the world is.
Yeah.
There we go. Slam dunk. Okay? Now, they just got completely obliterated right there. And do you think I moved them a millimeter? They're still going to be as defiant as ever. I just repeated, neither one of them know what the ultimate nature or foundation of reality is. They think that they could be a brain in a vat. Yet they're on here every day pontificating that there's evidence for this, evidence for that. Can you demonstrate this? Can you demonstrate that? But they say, well, we don't know anything for sure. We could be a brain in a vat. These guys are such losers.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
You have no coherence.
What you're trying to do.
Hold on.
Over talking. I was asked a question to defend my Christian faith. My position,
to persuade me to accept it, actually.
Was the issue is not to persuade you. It's to show you that your position is incoherent. Now, the Christian worldview is true in virtue of a reductio ad absurdum. The denial of the proposition that the Christian worldview is true results in a contradiction, because in order for you to reason at all, okay, you're going to have to provide a foundation or a fundamental absolute in your worldview by which you can reason. Now, do you have, here's the question.
No. So I have a response to a statement that you just made. I have a response to a statement that you just made.
They just muted me again.
Thomas has put you on hold.
Yeah, just interrupt you every third word or third or fourth word you say, so you can actually finish the question. That's how it works.
This is their
hold
shtick.
as long as you railroad us and you don't like when we try to respond.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm railroading you?
Wow. You asked the question like 7 times. You're getting railroaded.
Wait a minute. I'm railroading you? You're the one who says, call this number. We'll answer your questions. And I'm railroading you?
This is where the oracles fold. Like a cheap launcher.
The atheist answermen are doing a call-in show. Okay, I call in and I'm railroading them?
To respond to points that you make, because you make points that are flawed. You make points that
How do you know that they're flawed? Because you don't know anything for certain.
What
right?
fallacy?
What specific point? Like, what specific point did you make was flawed?
No, wait a minute. How can he say it's a fallacy? He doesn't know anything for certain. Don't you remember how many times he reminded us of this? He could be a brain in a vat, right? These people,
clueless. You made flaws.
Well, wait a minute. Well, it's not really a flaw because we're a brain in a vat, right, Thomas?
Have no basis in logic, and when we try to call you out on them so that we can actually
no basis in logic. Well, how do you have logic when you're a brain in a vat, Thomas?
Figure out the truth in order to have that as the basis.
Now, interestingly enough, listen, Tonlock, what if I told you that I bought a lottery ticket last week and I won $100 million, and I want to share money with you, so I'm going to send you $100,000, and you get all excited, and you say, "Well, when did you win the money?" I said, "Oh, it was last night in my dream." Now, wasn't I talking about causal connections and events? But they're not causal connections if they're in a dream. Well, if they're in a dream, then the causal connections aren't real. But he wants to talk about evidence and causal connections as though they're all real. But he said, well, we could be in a brain in a vat. So if we're a brain in a vat, then you can't talk about evidence for things.
Well, you know, he's stressing so much about railroad, and his name is Thomas. Maybe he's Thomas the Tank Engine from Science.
Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine.
The logical starting point that we can then have a conversation from. If you start with something that has no substance, we can't get anywhere. So when you lay down 20 bricks and we're like, wait, not these 18, but these 2 are good.
Excuse me, my eyes are glazing over. You're boring me.
Then if you don't let us stop and actually address them and you just keep talking over us.
See, this is just nothing but just spewing nonsensical rhetoric.
Then we're not going to get anywhere. Do you want to get somewhere?
Put you on hold like what, 4 or 5, maybe more times, and you talk over when they're constantly putting you on hold. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they need to put on their big boy pants because they don't like being challenged. Right? They do not like being challenged.
I'll take you off hold, but the response that I want to give to your position is that you've said you've made the statement that our worldview does not provide for a justification or a justification for our ability to reason, and that the Christian worldview does. And you've pointed out that because we have, I believe, it's not your exact wording, but you said because we don't have a justification, we need to provide a justification for our ability to reason. No, there needs to be a justification for our ability to reason. But for your statement of, oh, you have to.
Why does there need to be a justification? In their world, maybe they're not reasoning. Maybe there is no justification for it because it doesn't exist.
Look, this guy, I'm sorry to say, this guy is an embarrassment. This is not an intelligent young man. This is a deer in the headlights who's just being wordy, like he's talking to a group of 4th graders. This guy's an imbecile.
It's both.
He's an absolute imbecile.
Is that there is some fact about reality or reason that means I have to know the answer right now. And my statement is actually, I don't know the answer. Can you explain it to me? So that there are...
Well, then if you don't know the answer, why do you oppose the Bible? Attacking the Bible, criticizing the Bible, presupposes you have some ground to stand on. You see what fakes, phonies, and frauds these guys are?
Okay, so you believe then in your God-free world that you can reason because I don't know.
We believe also in your God-free world.
So to be very clear, EF, I don't have a belief about why I can reason.
The end. Then why do you have a call-in show?
I don't have a belief about how I can reason.
We answer all of the questions except for that one. Okay, we just answer all of the questions except for that one. That's a no-go zone.
I don't have any beliefs about how I reason.
We just like doing that on the show.
Oh my gosh! Why do they have this guy on TV or
really?
YouTube?
Then why are you doing this radio show or TV show?
Oh my gosh! There you go. Oh, dude, you're on the same wavelength this entire show. I can't believe it, Darth. That's awesome.
So jab
So
after
you on this show. Oh my goodness, that was perfect. You're so hyper focused on this dialogue. It was
Oh
great.
my gosh! Then what are you doing on this TV show?
Yeah, they're like, look at that pause right there. She said that. They're like, yeah.
I haven't
What?
listened to this in 2 years, so this is
This is better than I thought it was.
I don't even remember saying this.
That was spot
you can
on.
reason because I don't know.
We believe we also in
No.
your God-free
No.
world.
No,
that
so to be very clear, EF, I don't have a belief about why I can reason.
Really? Then why are you doing this radio show or TV show?
Because to address questions of what people believe and why.
But you don't have a reason for why they did it.
Yeah, you have no beliefs about how or why you reason.
Wow.
What we just heard was the Hindenburg moment. The Hindenburg, the humanity. I mean, this guy it's just a crash and burn right there. Oh my God.
They want to get ruthless. You got ruthless there.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
That was cutthroat, dude.
You don't know why you can reason, but you assert you
I don't have a justification for why I can reason that.
Then why are you doing the show?
Will satisfy the way that you frame the question.
You believe you can
However,
reason by blind.
All right, so you are once again back to interrogating a worldview that is not yours.
At least you
have
that
stated stated that the Christian worldview provides the answer.
See, now he's completely dodging. He's just admitted he has no grounding as to why he reasons. So he thinks he reasons by blind faith, right? But wait a minute.
Yeah, but don't say that. Don't say blind without reason.
The atheist oracles have failed you here. They have failed you.
These guys are imbeciles.
The answer.
At least he
Can
believes
you
that blind
elaborate
faith
on
is
that?
bad. He's agreeing
Yeah.
with us that blind faith is bad. That's a good starting point.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. So are you admitting you have no basis for reason?
Oh my God.
He didn't say that.
Here he goes again. He said, "Oh my God." Here's an atheist saying, "Oh my God."
EF, I'm attempting to ask you to explain and elaborate.
Explain.
On the answer that the Christian worldview provides.
Oh my Darwin.
The Christian worldview is the only coherent world.
What was that?
I said he should say, "Oh my Darwin."
Oh my, Darwin's deity. And you had, hey, that's my name too.
Been here the whole time.
Oh.
Right now, I've been on the phone with them for 35 minutes. Right now, both of them have acute hemorrhoidal pain. This is how
Yeah, but answer one question. Being asked one question for 35 minutes.
These guys are in acute pain. Yeah, because they're not used to being challenged. That's why.
Worldview.
Atheist show?
Yeah, this is from 2 years ago. They Talk Heathens. Right? He goes, I don't have any beliefs about how I can reason. And then I'm saying, then why are you doing this radio show?
In virtue of God's revelatory acts, that God has revealed what the nature of reality is.
Which God?
Both in part and in whole. I said the Christian worldview. Does the word Christian mean anything?
Yeah, did you hear that? He goes, which God? Does the word Christian mean anything to you, dum-dum?
The same reasoning to justify Krishna.
Muslim.
Can you not use the same exact line of reasoning?
Talk about me over talking. I'm trying to answer your question, and you're over talking.
So, EF, the reason that I would interject myself here into your answer is you've said that the Christian worldview is sensible and it provides this, and it has been revealed through God's.
By the way, this particular video has had 46,866 views.
Through acts of God revealing things. Can you elaborate on what you mean by God's revelatory actions? Which actions are those?
God has revealed himself in all that exists and through special revelation throughout human history. Now, you will either accept that. I'd like to finish. You asked me
you make a statement.
So you make.
Yeah, you see, I give an answer and they cut me off immediately.
You've made a statement.
What's that?
They can't figure it out. What is that? We don't know.
It was absolutely retarded was when they said, "Oh, which God?" I go, they've already stated the Christian worldview like twice prior to this in the past 5 minutes. It's
Wait till he starts calling
Krishna.
Yeah, wait till you hear him call me sugar muffin.
Oh, we still haven't got to that. That was way later.
And I would like to respond to that statement before you ask the next question. What you did was I asked a question, you provided an answer, and then you proceeded to the next point. I have asked a question.
Don't you love all of his hand gesticulations?
Oh, he's a homo. That's why. He's totally a homo. Look, my gaydar is pretty accurate. He's a homo.
No way. You kidding?
No, Tippy Bear, say it ain't so.
No, he's
no.
This is
Tippy, you know I like you. Wait, stop it. You know that I like you, Tippy. You know that I always appeal to you because you know way more about Islam than I do. But now you just crossed a bridge too far. Okay, this you said that this guy, gaydar. No, this guy is as masculine as Rock Hudson.
No, he's a flaming fag. You can see. Sorry.
I think you're all homophobic douche
not
nozzles.
politically correct, but like I have gay friends, and I call them fag all the time.
Tippy, he's as masculine as Rock Hudson.
Sure he is.
It's a beard. He's manly.
Tippy, do you know who Rock Hudson was?
No, but I'm assuming like that's the equivalent as to my mom being a virgin when she got married.
Well, if you look up on Wikipedia Rock Hudson, there was a reveal. Okay, so we'll move on.
As you have done to me and to Thomas, as is necessary in discussion on this episode, and two, I think it might be 3, but at least 2 episodes prior. So when you provide that answer, given that I'm attempting to understand what you are describing as
By the way, you missed it earlier, Tippy Bear. Every time he speaks, he gives an intelligent response like beauty pageant contestants asking how they want to solve world peace and world hunger.
World peace?
Yeah, you know how beauty pageant contestants say, "How if you win Miss America, how would you solve world peace and world hunger?" And then they give this babbling, inane answer.
as the Christian worldview, it is in my interest to respond to that, to make sure, 1, that I understand it, and 2, understand how it fits into the other aspects of the Christian worldview. So when you say God has revealed himself through all things and through special revelation throughout time, I then have sort of 2 statements that I can respond to. It's actually a difficult choice as far as which ones I mean, which one to address first. So let's unpack this. When you say...
This guy does not know how to speak extemporaneously. He really doesn't.
He's trying. You got to give him a cigar for trying.
He really.
This is the 8th time he's tried.
He's like he's a beauty pageant contestant answering questions.
Special acts of revelation.
He's trying to present himself as though he's being profound and erudite, and he's not. He's a babbling fool.
You mean the revelations to human beings that are, discerned as prophets by Christian tradition.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Oh, you should have been here earlier. We were laughing our brains out at how ridiculous this guy is.
The special revelation entails God sovereignly recording his objective communication with various individuals throughout the course of human history, starting with Adam and culminating with Jesus Christ and his apostles, and then recording down what they saw, what they heard. Now, the Bible as God's revelation is self-attesting and self-evident for what it is. If you do not accept that presentation, then you're going to be, then if you don't, then you have nothing to base reason on. Just as Jamie said, he has no basis for reason. Thomas, do you have a foundation for reason?
You're doing this thing again, where you've provided an explanation.
There you go again.
and then moved on to the, and then you've moved on to the next question under the assumption that I don't want to respond or ask a clarifying question to what you have said. So you have said that it is self-evident and self-attesting. So if another document emerged that was self-attesting and self-evident, that more accurately described human history, would you believe that that accurately described the nature of God?
You can't propose that.
See, this is the atheist MO.
I can't even take this guy seriously. Ugh.
This is
Are
the
they now?
atheist.
Are they now calling you?
No, listen. This is the atheist MO. Whenever the truth of God's existence in creation is presented, or the truth of Scripture, all they just simply do is provide any and all scenarios other than God or, Scripture. Why are they appealing to other religious worldviews that they categorically reject?
That because in your worldview, no such thing can exist.
Actually, I can ask you the.
Yeah, you see what I just said? I called them out. In your worldview, that can't exist.
So if another document emerged that was self-attesting and self-evident, that more accurately described human history, would you believe that that accurately described the nature of God?
That's impossible.
You can't propose that because in your worldview, no such thing can exist.
Actually, I can ask you the question.
What you're
in
doing.
order to find out what your answer is.
In the Christian worldview, no such thing could exist either. He's basically asking, what happens if a square triangle appears in front of you?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The hypothetical is incoherent.
It is not incoherent.
What you're doing,
it's
EF.
Oh my God.
Look, see that? There we go. He said, "Oh my God." I thought he was
praying
an
again.
atheist. I thought, why are these atheists praying to God?
On stream.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
EF, really? Did you really just say hypotheticals are incoherent? Do you mean all? Sorry, I may have misunderstood. EF, do you mean my specific hypothetical or hypotheticals in general?
Yeah. See, when we have two worldviews in conflict.
Do you mean my hypothetical specifically or hypothetical?
Yeah, I'm answering him. Then he cuts me off.
Hypotheticals in general.
Reminds me of,
you need to learn.
Jack Black's younger gay brother.
Jack Black.
Jack Black's younger gay brother.
I don't know. That's what he reminds me.
Oh my God.
Did I nail that or what? Come on.
Oh, that was good. I gotta give it to you. That was good.
To learn to listen to people talking to you so that you can respond to them.
All right. Can you respond to my question about what you mean? Because you made a statement and I'm not sure that I understood it. And so before you make another statement, I need to make sure that I've understood the first one.
You see, if you're not assertive back with them, then they walk all over you and then they run the clock out. Okay? This is their MO.
You said the hypothetical is absurd. Do you mean mine specifically or hypotheticals in general?
Yes, because what you're doing is when you offer a hypothetical of another revelatory source that stands in contradiction to the Christian revelation, when you appeal to another revelation, you're actually presenting another model of reality. But you see, if you do so out of your worldview, it contradicts your worldview. That's the fallacy of pluralism.
Okay. No, it's a specific question about.
But in the atheist worldview, Darth, nothing's impossible, right? So.
Yeah.
Believe. I understand. I understand the point you've made. However, that's not the gist of the question. The question was about how you come to conclusions, right? So if your conclusion is based in part on special revelation, specifically the Bible, and that justification.
See, the atheist MO is to argue with everything, concede to nothing. Okay? Argue with everything, concede to nothing.
Well,
is that it is.
So if we think about this question in a way, what they're asking you, because if we think about the world God has instituted, his question is impossible. It's an incoherent question, something that cannot occur.
Mm-hmm.
But in a way, what he's asking is, he's saying, can you please use your autonomous reasoning? Imagine that God is not who institutes what's possible and impossible, and imagine this thing occurs, and how would you autonomously adjudicate it?
Right. In order for him to posit that worldview, how would he know that there is another ultimate that he could even appeal to, according to which worldview? Well, how would he know that such thing is possible?
What he's trying to do is not refute Christianity. What he's trying to do is saying, nah, your God is not the only exclusive foundation to make things coherent. Yeah, that's all he's doing here. He doesn't believe any of this crap.
Look at the chat and tell me that doesn't look like Jack Black's younger gay brother.
The chat.
Yeah, go to the Atheist
All right.
Helpline.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Tell me that.
Oh yeah, he's a doppelganger, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jack Black looks more handsome than he does.
Well, of course, he's not gay. I don't think.
Yeah. By the way, you do know why Matt Dillahunty won't allow me to call in, don't you?
No.
His official reason why I'm banned from calling into the Atheist Experience is because he says I am a transphobic douche nozzle.
I'm sure you're afraid of 0.001% of the population.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
Super scary.
Okay.
Self-evident,
which
and
is
self-justifying.
which is begging the question. By the way, that is a begging the question fallacy because you're assuming your conclusion already is true that the Bible is already self-evident without actually showing why it's true. So you're doing the fallacy that you thought I was doing, and I showed you I wasn't.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, Thomas. All right, am I on mic?
Yeah, you're mic'd.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, because when one is appealing to one's ultimate authority, Thomas, right? Circularity is unavoidable. Now,
what?
When you're
I agree.
You just admitted to circular reasoning. Are you?
Yeah, this guy's a moron. He doesn't understand about the necessity of ultimate epistemic circularity, that it's unavoidable. He doesn't understand the difference, that when it comes to one's final authority, it's unavoidable because you can't have an independent source verify the ultimate authority. When we're not dealing with the ultimate authority, that's when circularity becomes a problem. If they say circularity is a problem anytime, anywhere, including ultimate authority, then there will be no grounds for anything. There will be no ultimate authority to say anything at all. Right? This is what a dope this guy is.
We know Thomas wasn't speaking from his ultimate because he was speaking from his proximates, ultimately being viciously circular.
He wasn't talking about his ultimate authority. He was simply being circular in defending the actuality of causality. The last time I checked, he was not arguing that causal succession was his ultimate authority.
Exactly right.
Yeah. He's a deer in the headlights.
Are you aware of that?
Are you going to let me finish?
Do you have?
I'm going to ask you.
You're just burying yourself deeper.
But before
I didn't finish. Remember you told me about not over talking.
You're right. We should let you finish.
I do not reject all forms of circularity, okay? Because to do so will plunge yourself into a worldview of incoherence, because then you will have no ultimate authority to appeal to. Now, I'm going to ask you a very simple question.
Before we move on from that point,
I'd like to ask my simple question.
This is what they do. They just cut me off.
I know that you would like to ask your simple question, EF. That is what has happened for the majority of 3 episodes of calls. What I would like to do is clarify what you mean. So
you see, this is what they do. When I'm on a roll, they interrupt and say, "Well, what I'd like to do is we need clarification. We need clarification, right?"
They just both had soy boy face like they won.
Yeah. And you'll notice that Tommy Westbrook here is not responding, is he?
No, the guy on the left.
Part of your answer, was because then you would have.
Here's a guy who said he's open to the presentation of Christianity. Tippy Bear. This guy has a YouTube channel called Holy Kool-Aid, where he has dozens and dozens of vicious attack videos against the Bible. Now, does that sound like somebody who's open?
No, it sounds like an anti-theist, like most of the atheists that are online.
Yeah, but he says he's open, right? These people are liars.
Would have no ultimate authority to appeal to, and that would plunge you into a worldview of incoherence. Do you believe that it is possible for a human being to not have an understanding of the world? Right, to not have sufficient information and understanding of the world, right? So for example, a human being that has no contact with the Bible.
I'm not understanding your question.
So what I heard in your answer, and
see, I told you, he talks like he's a beauty pageant contestant.
Yeah,
correct
I
me
don't
if I've
understand that
misunderstood.
question either. Like, can people not know what
This guy's a moron. This is how he talks all the time. He thinks he's erudite. He thinks he's profound. He's not. He has no more sophistication than a beauty pageant contestant explaining how they're going to solve world peace.
Understood some of it was that you don't reject all of circularity. I'm assuming that specifically you mean what Thomas pointed out as far as the circularity of the Bible attesting to itself. Because what you're saying, because the first part of your answer was when you appeal to your ultimate authority, circularity is unavoidable. Have I understood those portions of your answer correctly? Okay.
If one rejects.
So are you describing appealing to an ultimate authority as an act of faith?
No.
Okay, so you're not taking it on faith.
Appeals to ultimate authority. Well, it depends on what you mean by faith. Okay,
Belief
there
without
are different
evidence.
definitions of faith. Okay, well, I don't use that definition. Okay,
can you
now if you want to define faith as belief without evidence, is that the definition we're going with, Thomas?
Or pretending to know things you don't know.
Let's for the sake of this discussion, let's use
Did you hear that? Pretending to know things you don't know.
That's how they always define faith, and I think it's really important that you educate them.
You know where you got that from? They get that from Aaron Ra, and they get that from Peter Boghossian from the manual.
Aaron Ra already lost his shit from being called out on that. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
As much as I don't care for Michael Jones from Inspiring Philosophy, he stole Aaron Ra's lunch at the school table. I mean, he humiliated him. But pretending to know things you don't is a scripted proprietary definition that he gets directly from Peter Boghossian in the manual for creating atheists. Okay, nobody.
You memorized that one.
Yeah. Christians do not define faith as pretending to know something you don't know. You see what liars and deceivers these people are. Okay, they're so craven that they will even lie about words. No serious scholar defines New Testament faith as to pretend to know something you don't know.
No,
right?
Faith is based on trust, based on the knowledge that you already have.
Faith is a belief, a positive attitude, or confidence in a proposition with or without warrant or justification.
But with content.
Right,
So
you have to have knowledge. Just
concrete.
Just like you have faith in a pilot, even if you've never met him, you trust that he's going to do the job that he was hired for.
No, but you see, there is warrant and justification.
Right, exactly.
There could be varying degrees of justification and confidence, and not confidence, varying degrees in justification and warrant. Okay, which is related to, but is not the same thing as psychological confidence. All right. So the point is, because they believe that faith is believing in something you don't know, that's why they're defining it that way. But that's not the way it's defined, right? And we all understand that sometimes the word faith means to believe something without warrant, but other times we have faith we do have warrant. Okay.
Right. Well, in the Bible, that's how it is described: is faith by trusting in what you already know, what's already been revealed.
When it says by faith, we know that the worlds were created by faith, such and such like that. What it means is our positive attitude and confidence of these historical events, okay, is based upon God's communication.
Right.
So it's not pretending to know things you don't know. Look, I'm so sick of these people. They're so.
It's not such a critique that they do because they're standing their worldview, looking at ours, going, "I think that's blind faith over there." I go, "But you're not stepping into our view of faith."
Yeah.
Let's use that one.
The Boghossian definition, Thomas.
See, there you go, Peter Boghossian.
Are you defining faith as believing something for which you don't have rational justification for, Thomas?
So to be clear, if we
I asked Thomas, bonehead, not you.
Let's, for the sake of this discussion,
See, this is what he does. Every time I direct a question back to the guest, he tries to derail it by going, "Well, we just want to clarify. We just need to. We need some clarification here."
But then when you want to clarify, it's not allowed.
Yeah, I know.
Discussion.
Jimmy's white knight and hard. Yeah.
Definition.
Okay. Well, then Thomas, you believe without rational justification that there are causal connections, don't you, Thomas?
No, I told you I
Are
don't
you familiar
know.
with the tu
He
quo
doesn't-
que fallacy, sir?
He doesn't seem to understand that every time I've answered that question, I've said I do not know beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
It's okay to not know beyond a shadow of a doubt and not take a hard stance on something, but to say that
what
then what's your justification and warrant?
Well, if you don't have a rational justification for causal connections, then you believe it by faith, Thomas.
no, I believe it based off of
We've
all.
already been down this road.
so many
We've
times.
already been down this.
Yeah, so notice that he stopped mid-direction going, "Oh, we've already been down this road," because he doesn't want to answer.
Road.
Provided no rational justification for
cool.
connections,
Yes,
Thomas.
And
do you understand that we've been down that road before? I think
We've been down this road, and you keep on pretending like you've given an answer. I mean, these people are so dishonest.
that your point is made and understood.
Disagreed.
Well,
but
I understand that Thomas
we saw your point,
but
and then we asked you to rationalize why you think that your position leads to the Bible and not to the Quran. You could say, "Oh, well, it has to come back to a higher figure. Therefore, Allah. Therefore, Krishna. Therefore, Zeus." It could be any of them. Wow. And you've given us.
See, that shows his ignorance of the unique character and nature of Christianity.
He already denied that earlier. He said they'll all BS, so it can't be any of them.
So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's what that is.
There you go. Thank you, Tippy Bear. That was beautiful. Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Yeah. This guy's so full of crap. This goes to show you that he knows nothing about the theology of Christianity versus Islam.
This is, you know what? This is why Islam writes the back of atheists. Atheism is allowing Islam to infect Christian society.
Yeah.
No reason to believe in the Bible. He won't even let me finish. He won't even let me finish getting to the end of my sentence before.
This guy really has a whiny voice. He must have a tough time. Maybe he's an atheist and can't get a date.
So here, let me rephrase that question because I believe there's a more succinct way of saying it. You have said the Christian worldview. How could we determine that it is the Christian worldview rather than the Muslim worldview or some other worldview that provides the same reasoning with a different God?
It doesn't provide the same reasoning. You see the glaring ignorance of Christianity versus other world religions.
I think all guys are the same.
These guys have been doing this for years and don't understand the Christian position.
Yeah, they're thinking that other worldviews are on an equal plane in terms of properties and attributes of the Christian worldview. They're just speaking out of complete colossal ignorance.
I think Thomas is a homo also.
Why do you say that?
He just looks like a bottom. I don't know how to nicely put that.
Well, hey, listen. Sometimes women have a sense to pick that up. So I don't know.
He does. He looks like he looks like a taker. Just putting that out there.
Oh, you're rough. You are rough tonight, Tippy Bear.
Sorry,
You are
I'm
rough.
sorry. I call it how I see it. I don't know. It's a spade's a spade.
Oh gosh.
Sorry.
I hope you never see my needlepoint macrame collection, Tippy Bear.
No, I can just tell by the posture and the gestures and the pretty boy
The answer.
face.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. No, don't apologize. It's
And
just
you are
your
who you hang
evaluation.
out with. Let's just put that out there.
To the question is, determination is in virtue of your model of reality. You cannot offer determination, which is essentially epistemology or your theory of knowledge. Without a model of reality, you cannot have a epistemology. So without a sovereign, omniscient, omnipotent God providing us with natural and special revelation about the nature of reality, you will not be able to provide a rational justification for your model of reality. And without a rational justification for your model of reality, you will not be able to
believe that,
or to determine.
Yeah, I don't believe that believing in the existence of a God provides a rational explanation for any of the
then
things you've just said.
What is the foundation of reality
That's an argument from ignorance, logical fallacy. You've responded to me.
No, that wasn't an argument for ignorance. That's not an argument for ignorance. What we're saying is you are saying that it's not necessary to appeal to God, okay, to have intelligibility. Then what grounds your intelligibility? That was not an appeal to ignorance. That is not. That was not the appeal to ignorance is. Well, you can't prove my worldview is false, therefore it's true. That's not what I was saying. You see how sloppy these people are? They're so dumb. Oh my gosh, it was not an appeal to ignorance, right?
And they're too off the cuff for their own good.
Yeah, if you don't accept that God is the necessary precondition for human intelligibility, then you are believing then that the not God worldview provides for intelligibility. That's why I asked them to defend causal connections.
Argument from ignorance is implicit counterclaim.
Yeah,
exactly.
See, this is the problem, that when you come with a slightly more sophisticated apologetic with these people who are that they think that they're at a higher intellectual level than they are, and some of the stuff goes over their heads, even when you dumb it down. And so they're just going with the flow and ignoring what they don't understand or what they don't like, and they just give BS responses. This is all they do. They're just BSers.
Questioning your reasoning by saying, oh yeah, well then you give an answer. I don't need to give an answer to just.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because you're claiming that you are using reason to adjudicate that the Christian worldview is not a necessary and indispensable worldview, right? And you can do so without the existence of God. See, he doesn't understand that he's making an implicit counterclaim when he either doesn't accept the existence of God or the Christian worldview. The non-acceptance of these is a counterclaim, and they don't like their feet being held to the fire.
He already answered it earlier by saying, I don't have one. He flat out said it.
To justify, I don't know.
Yeah, they that's right. They don't know anything, right? So why are they doing this show? Okay, if you don't know anything, why are you here?
No, it's a statement about what I know and believe. I neither have knowledge nor belief about the questions you're asking. What you've
Good. Then if you don't have any knowledge, what are you doing answering questions on the telephone then?
What is
why
it
are you here?
that you do here?
Yeah. What is it that you what is it that you do?
Yeah.
Just
what
said,
is it exactly that you do here?
He said do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a young Frankenstein reference. Okay? Where the Dr. Frankenstein's fiance says to the beautiful assistant, what exactly is it that you do?
You can't get there or justify his rationality without a monotheistic God to justify it. Right. In part, that was an answer to the question between which monotheistic God described by different portions of the.
Yeah, they're so fundamentally ignorant of New Testament biblical theology. They think that the appeal to the God of Christianity is no different substantively than appealing to the God of Islam. They're so ignorant, it's painful to listen to.
They even compared it to Zeus, which is like even more stupid.
That is so cringeworthy when they invoke Zeus. It just shows you they're just so ignorant on theology.
So you reject.
Can you answer my question about how could you determine which stories about the Abrahamic tradition?
I determine it two ways. Number one, in virtue of God's self-evident and self-verifying disclosure of himself.
To Muhammad.
Whatever is, okay, let me finish. No, I'm quoting the Bible. Now, are you going to let me finish?
And if someone quotes the Quran.
See, she asked me a question, I'm trying to explain it, and he keeps cutting me off. Mr. Polite Gay Man is not so polite, is he?
I feel like there's a misunderstanding because
so every time you're rude and cut me off, there's a misunderstanding here. I need some clarification. So when I ask you a question and you're in the middle of answering it, I'm going to cut you off and say, I need clarification.
You're given a two-pronged answer. He attached the first prong before letting you let out the second prong.
Yeah, there's a misunderstanding because I don't think I've accurately described my.
Yeah, then we need clarification, and there's a misunderstanding, which is just another tactic to cut me off and derail my response. This is the little game that they play. This is why it's so difficult to deal with these people when you call their shows, because they're dishonest players.
But they can't prove that atheism is true, is what the issue is. So when you ask them what they're, how do they have a...
Don't you understand? Atheism is just a lack of belief, Tiffy Bear.
Well,
it's just a lack of belief.
Prove your lack of belief. Prove it.
I don't believe. It's just a lack of belief. So there.
My question because you're providing an answer to a different one. So my question was, how could you tell the difference between Revelation 2, for example?
See, he asked me a question, and I start answering it, and he goes, well, we need more clarification.
The apostles, the claims of revelation to the apostles versus the claims of revelation to the Muhammad.
Well, Allah of the Quran is not omniscient because he got many things wrong in the Quran. Now, the bottom line
here, okay, because the God in the Bible did
see how he cut me off?
Look
he got all excited. He had
a light bulb moment there.
Now, yeah.
I'm going to take the question and I first throw that one.
Now watch how he thinks he's going to drop a bomb on me, and I turn the tables on him. And this is when he calls me sugar muffin.
You get deflated again.
Yeah. And he's going to appeal to science, and I drop a bomb on him.
Exactly the same thing. I know you were still talking, but you made a point that I have to shine the light on this because it is so crucial.
Good. Then every time I interrupt you, it's so crucial. I have to shine the light on your confusion.
There's his balloon blown up, and then you're gonna pop it.
Watching right now, we would be doing them a disservice if we let that go. Because you just said that you believe that the Bible is true and not the Quran because the Quran gets things wrong. Well, I hate to break it to you, Cupcake, Sugar Muffin.
Yeah. Hear that? Cupcake, Sugar Muffin. Hear that?
Look at how excited. Look at how excited he is.
Darth. I'm calling you Sugar Muffin from now on.
They changed his name on the caller screener thing here.
Sugar Muffin.
That's
on the screen.
But if Matt Yester calls me Sugar Muffin or Cupcake, we'll have to. Well, like Joe Biden, we'll have to take you behind the school building and work this out.
Still talking, but you made a point that I have to shine the light on this because it is so crucial. Because for everyone watching right now, we would be doing them a disservice if we let that go. Because you just said that you believe that the Bible is true and not the Quran because the Quran gets things wrong. Well, I hate to break it to you, Cupcake, Sugar Muffin. The Bible gets stuff wrong too, all the fucking time.
What?
He's totally a homo. You don't call other men Sugar Muffin. That's homosexual.
I'm not sure what led to that. Yeah, just he had that on.
Honestly, some cultures are weird like that. Like I've noticed that some men do talk like that, and they're not homosexual.
No.
But yeah,
Sugar Muffin, Cupcake.
If it was me, I would have called Darth Sweet Cakes.
All right, somebody do me a favor while we're continuing. Somebody look up Thomas Westbrook and then atheist, and then type in the word gay and see what comes up.
All right.
Time, and I can open up Genesis 1:1, and I can go through, and the first 8 verses I will go verse by verse, and I will show you.
Who's that rabid guy in the back screaming at the top of his lungs? Who is that?
Steel.
Now, all he's simply doing now is that he's rejecting Genesis 1 in favor of a popular cosmology. That's all. Just because it's a popular prevailing cosmology or model doesn't mean that it falsifies Genesis. And by the way, he doesn't even understand the problem of underdetermination.
This is deer in the headlights moment number 5.
Yeah, here it comes. It's going to be a deer in the headlights moment. Watch, okay? Because he's going to make an appeal to science, and then I'm going to drop a bomb on him.
Accuracy after scientific inaccuracy after scientific inaccuracy. Bam! Right there. Case closed. Thank you very much.
Okay, now he's on a roll, right? He thinks he's hot stuff. Ready? Watch my response.
And we've been going on this call for about an hour, so I don't know how much more productive it's going to be, or if you want to.
Yeah. So.
Well, if my mic is my mic on?
Yeah, you've been on.
Okay. Well, Thomas, sugar muffin, sugar cake. Are all conclusions in science provisional?
Are all conclusions in science provisional?
Yes.
Like specific. What do you mean specifically? Because you.
Oh. Oh my God.
This is the dodge and delay moment. This is a guy who's championing science. Are all conclusions provisional? Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
That's like an Uber freeze moment there.
This is a deer in the headlights moment. Here we go.
Well, if my mic is my mic on?
Yeah, you've been on.
Okay. Well, Thomas, sugar muffin, sugar cake. Are all conclusions in science provisional?
Are all conclusions in science provisional?
Yes.
Deer in the headlights.
Specific. What do you mean specifically? You've given a few definitions a few times.
Are all scientific declarations provisional and subject to revision or refutation?
Science, and just by definition, it builds evidence and it builds a case.
Okay,
and it builds upon.
What's that, Tippy?
Twitter from your Kool-Aid man here.
Okay. Okay, so this is from Thomas Westbrook's Twitter account.
Yeah, it says Holy Kool-Aid. I'm sure that's him, isn't it?
That's him. What'd you find?
He says he's not gay, but somebody called him gay, and he says, "Does that frighten you, little man?" That's something a gay would say.
Does that frighten you, little man? I gotta
Not
make
gay,
sure I
but
don't.
it's fun to mess with these people.
I got to make sure that I don't say that in your presence again. To say to somebody, "Does that frighten you, little man?"
Yeah, he's gay.
Okay, but he said he isn't. All right.
Yeah, you don't call somebody little man. Somebody else called him gay. He's
Well,
probably a closet gay, is what I'm thinking.
Okay. Well, it could be. And Rock Hudson was. You know?
On past observations, and it modifies itself.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Scientific propositions. So they're not necessarily true then, are they?
That's not true.
Given that the Bible contradicts not only itself, it contradicts things that can be determined by reason.
You see how they do the tag team?
Yeah.
It's 2 against 1, right? And so when one person is attacking me and I try to respond, then the second person jumps in. Then when I respond to the second person, then the first person jumps in. Okay? This is totally unfair. And it's
you can tell that they didn't even listen, because if you say provisional, right, that means that the conclusion is not necessarily true. And when you ask them that, and if they just completely they're like they're not thinking at all about the argument. So
builds a case,
and it builds upon past observations, and it modifies itself.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Scientific proposition. So they're not necessarily true then, are they?
That's not true.
Given that the Bible contradicts.
Oh, it's not true. So then they are necessarily true?
He said they're provisional.
Right, he said they're provisional. So he's not listening.
No. He just, when I said, so they're not necessarily true, and he said, that's not true, which means that these scientific statements are necessarily true. But nobody holds to that. That's right. And that would contradict just about everybody in the philosophy of science, that all conclusions in science are provisional because they could be falsified tomorrow, or through a re-examination of the data that the provisional conclusions were incorrect. So what he just said is flatly wrong when it comes to the philosophy of science. Okay? So what he's saying is certain scientific conclusions are true. But here's the problem. If he says that certain conclusions are true, he's in a world where nothing can be defended to be impossible. So what you believe to be true today could be falsified tomorrow, Thomas.
Contradicts not only itself, it contradicts things that can be determined by reason. If the Bible contradicts...
See, this is what they do. They do this tag team back and forth,
Well,
which
wait.
is totally unfair.
I thought they were still stuck in solipsism, brain in the vat, all that stuff, and now they're dogmatic about science.
How did they know? That's right.
You're right.
Yeah, he says, remember when he said, notice how he said that science can falsify the Bible, but wait a minute, you don't know anything's necessarily true, Thomas. You could be a brain in a vat. All of these scientific, quote, discoveries or interpretations or provisional conclusions that you hold to, it could all be part of a dream state in a brain in a vat that you said you could be in, Thomas.
See, the cognitive dissonance, they keep forgetting the context of things they brought up beforehand and then go, well, we forget we brought that up, even though it totally refutes us and not making any sense of the things we're saying now.
So these so-called scientific interpretations and findings that you bring up, well, they don't falsify the Bible, Thomas, because you see, these are all part of your dream sequences, a brain in a vat that you said you could be in.
Hey, somebody go look in the chat really quick.
Wait, so he's making all these grandiose, he went in that huge diatribe without even grounding causality.
Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Thomas, well, I feel pretty safe with the protesters of Make America Straight Again conference. Meanwhile, the right-wing conference...
Look at the picture.
What about it?
Do you see all the pretty rainbow flags? And
I felt pretty safe with the protesters of the Make America Straight Again conference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so these people were protesting the Make America Straight Again conference.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
LGBTQ.
Okay, so he's out there
Advocating homosexuality.
He's out there protesting with the homos. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, I think he's a closet gay.
Yeah, I think you're beginning to make an increasingly powerful case.
99.9% sure that he's a closet gay.
They say 99.9999999%.
Yeah, pretty.
Yeah, but Tippy Bear, wait a minute, but Tippy Bear, he could be a gay man in a brain in a vat.
I mean, he possibly could be.
A gay vat?
Yeah,
Is the vat itself gay?
He could be a gay man in a gay bar in a brain in a vat.
So it's ironic is he let that huge empirical diatribe as some nail in the coffin to you, and then the very first question is how do you ground causality?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Contradicts reason. Provisional. How could you possibly say it justifies reason?
Right now. See, you know what's sad is Jamie actually thinks he has critical thinking skills when he doesn't. He has the reasoning skills, in my opinion, of maybe like a 9th or a 10th grader.
If you include in the Christian worldview both the Bible and reason, you have a self-contradictory worldview.
I'll be glad to address that, but I'm still addressing Thomas. Now, Thomas,
you see that they were doing tag team. So I told him that I'd be glad to address what he says, but I'm not done with Thomas Westbrook.
That's the only time he lost focus, because you just brought back the causal principle again.
Yeah.
This is chapter 1 is wrong, point after point, because it contradicts scientific declarations.
Because it contradicts our ability. No.
See, wait a minute. Listen, I'm talking to Thomas Westbrook. See, this is what they do. They do this tag team routine. Okay, I start arguing with one person, then the other person distracts.
To understand reality, which is what you are justifying.
This is a very common misconception that I think a lot of people have.
Okay.
It doesn't contradict scientific declarations, I think was the word that he used. It contradicts scientific measurements. And there's a huge difference there. There are some things in...
What measurements are contradicted by the Bible? This guy is a fool. What he doesn't understand is that there are no neutral observations. Okay? When they appeal to measurements, they are interpreted. Okay.
In science called hypotheses that you make, and when you gather evidence and you try to figure out, if there's anything to.
Here we go with the little 5th grade lecture, talking to me like I'm a 5th grader.
Then they can become
was he a Christian?
I think he probably was.
I think he got diddled by a priest, and that's why he's so.
Ooh, you're rough tonight.
I'm sorry, but look, I'm just telling you. That's what I think.
Wow,
I think he got diddled by a priest. He went through some
Wow.
gay
Oh my
therapy
goodness.
conversion, and now that's why he's just, anti-theist. Just throwing that out there. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
And they say, and wait a minute, and they say I'm rough. But you know what, though? But you know what's interesting is that I think it is true that sometimes women have a better sixth sense for detecting male homosexuality than men do sometimes.
Yeah, he's totally closet homo. I'm telling you, I think he got diddled by a priest.
Oh my God, Tidby Bear! Wow.
Sorry,
you're rough tonight.
Maybe I can ask him. I'll message him on Twitter.
Well, if he's closet, he's not going to admit it to you.
Well, if I just say, "Hey, did you ever go to that church where you got diddled by a priest?"
No, Tippy, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. All right, let's continue because I got to get to bed soon.
Sorry, go ahead.
Scientific theories that explain a little bit about why something happens. That is provisional. That is the provisional part of science. The measurements that we make are scientific laws. There's no point when
that's an absolute. That's just inane.
Did you hear what he just said? This guy is an idiot. The measurements that we make are scientific laws. Did you hear that? Let me play that back. The measurements that we make are scientific laws. This guy is really clueless.
A little bit about why something happens. That is provisional. That is the provisional part of science. The measurements that we make are scientific laws. There's no point when a theory becomes a law, but the measurements that we make about the speed of gravity, things about, the distance.
But wait a second. Those measurements may have to be evaluated when more things in science come up and change the metrics of the measurement. So those are provisional too, right?
Blackman, you got a lot of background noise.
But did you hear what I said though?
Yeah.
Distance from the Earth to the sun at different points and stuff, like in its orbit. All of these things we can measure.
Okay. Now, to show you what a doofus this guy is.
How does that refute the Bible?
He thinks that we know what the speed of light is. Right? Mm-hmm. We can only measure the speed of light in a two-way direction. So what they do is they take the total round trip speed and then they divide it in half. Okay. Now, what he doesn't realize, and even William Craig has pointed this out, it might be the case that when photons are emitted, that they're either instantaneous or near instantaneous, and then it slows down when it reflects, right? Or that the round trip is always uniform. So this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Measure the circumference of the Earth. We can measure.
Okay, how does the speed of light or the circumference of the Earth falsify Genesis?
Hang on. That is the difference between a scientific statement and a scientific measurement. So when I say that there are things in the Bible in Genesis 1:1, even the very first verse, that is wrong, it is wrong because these are things that we have measured.
Yeah, what is that?
Wait. What is Genesis 1:1? Doesn't say in the beginning God created heaven and the earth. How did they measure that was wrong?
Look, he's just generalizing. He's totally BSing here. What is the measurement that falsifies anything in Genesis? What is it?
He just asserts Big Bang over it and says, we believe in that theory.
Didn't he say earlier? Didn't he say earlier that they don't know that a lot of what they
I've heard this happen many times. They generalize from things that they devoutly believe, and then they use these generalizations as a hammer to attack the Bible. But you'll notice that his hammer lacked specificity.
Yep.
Did you notice there was no specificity there?
Yeah.
You can measure.
We can take measurements. Okay.
Well, like I said,
and it's an appeal to we as well. This is appealing to we. Who's we?
Yeah.
Yeah, the metrics themselves.
Probably what he's thinking of is the old universe cosmology and cosmogony.
Yep.
Okay.
Which he said was a model earlier.
But that's not a measurement.
Yeah,
okay?
It's a model.
That's a model. It's not a it's a model, not a measurement. Okay. This guy thinks he understands science, and he's a doofus.
He thought he really pwned you, man.
Hey, to say the measurements or laws, it's just kicking the can down the road. Again, the metrics themselves
He is conflating certain measurements. He is conflating certain measurements with extrapolations and an interpretive framework. He's conflating the two. Okay.
Hugely.
Let me give you an example of what he's doing. Okay. What he believes is that when we measure the speed of light, and they say, well, all of these stars are certain distances away, and the speed of light is constant, right? He's jumping from a measurement to then extrapolating that light travels at the same rate that it does in our solar system as it does in deep space or in times past. That's not a measurement. That's an extrapolation. Right? And so he's conflating measurements with interpretive frameworks and extrapolations. This guy's an idiot.
Scientific measurements that are absolute and not provisional, Thomas.
When we measure them, what we do is we increase the accuracy of the measurement. For example, when
he heard me. That's not an answer to my question.
How do you know that, Thomas, without causal connections?
But I just said to him, that's not an answer to my question. But he doesn't care, because what he's just going to do is just keep on monologuing. Wah, 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 wah. He doesn't want to have an interchange. He just wants to lecture.
Yep.
When we said...
Not an answer to my question.
What do you mean?
He's asking if there are any scientific conclusions that are absolute.
Hey, listen, gay boy. I don't need your help. All right, I can speak for myself. Don't you love it? It's that nurturing side of his gayness that he wants to interject and be my interpreter for me.
I'm asking you an extremely circumspect question, and you're giving me a scientific lecture. I asked you, are the declarations of measurement provisional and subject to change and revision based upon a re-examination of the data or new observation? Are any scientific declarations, even declarations of measurement, provisional, Thomas?
Did they not just say earlier that the metrics themselves are subject to change also? Yeah.
Science.
That's their extrapolation.
It is provisional. It can be updated and be.
There you go. Bingo. Game over. Okay.
Done.
He finally conceded. Okay. So now if he has, there we go. Okay. He doesn't realize that he just lost right there. He has no idea. He's standing on the train tracks with his back to the train. He doesn't hear the train, and he's about to be dog food when the train hits him. He just conceded that these are all provisional. So then what he's doing is he's taking certain provisional conclusions and saying, because the provisional conclusions are at odds with or stand in contradistinction to biblical declarations in Genesis, therefore it's false. But you see, then when we introduce the problem of underdetermination, what if what the biblical record is true and it falsifies the provisional conclusions? That's why, because they're provisional, then it means that they're not necessarily true. And the only way that he can appeal to the provisional conclusions as a falsifier, only if I agree to the provisional conclusions. Everybody understand his error?
Rectamundo.
Yeah. So he's an idiot.
and become more accurate.
Let's go through this. So hold on. Yeah, the answer is yes.
You know what? Thomas Westbrook is frustrating to deal with, but this Jamie guy is really frustrating because he thinks he's more articulate than he is. He thinks he's more intelligent. He thinks he understands more, and he's just none of these. It's like a little schoolboy up there.
Now, Thomas, you let me handle this. Come on.
Yes. No, you're.
No, I mean, he's pathetically bad, right? Pathetically, But maybe they have an affirmative action program, for gay atheists where they, have a quota that they have to meet.
Wanting to finish your script, you're wanting to have a gotcha and just.
And you have gotchas too, and you have a script too. All right, that ship can go both ways.
Catch us in something.
Okay, now did you notice that where he just said a gotcha, he just got nailed and he doesn't have a rebuttal. So rather than give a
earlier,
no, okay, he has just conceded that I got him.
Yeah,
he is now conceding. He goes, "Oh, you just want a script and a gotcha moment." He now realizes, now that he's conceded that these are provisional conclusions,
he got gotcha'd.
By waiving a provisional conclusion that contradicts the Bible isn't necessarily falsifying the Bible. It just simply means that they are incongruent with each other. They're not commensurate with each other. So therefore, you're going to have to do more than appeal to a provisional conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Right? He could sit there and say, well, the age of the earth is 6-7 billion years old. Therefore, young earth creation is false. But you see, I don't accept that age. Right? You do. I don't. Right? And what now that he realizes that he agreed that they're provisional conclusions, he no longer can use that as a hammer to falsify the Genesis account. He now realizes.
Keep in mind, he never philosophically justified that methodology to begin with.
I know, and now he goes, oh, well, you just want to do a gotcha moment. Oh, so in other words, you got the tables turned on you where I showed you that all you're offering is a provisional conclusion, and now you're calling it a gotcha moment? Wow. Talk about sour grapes.
I think he felt that balloon pop. Yeah. It deflated pretty quick.
Yeah, he just got hosed.
Clarify our point so that we can show you what we mean by it and that, we actually have points here to be made.
Yeah. How is anything you just said a rebuttal to what I said? It's not. It's just angry talk.
And dogma.
A scientific measurement gets...
It is. That's all it is. It's just angry talk. He's not giving a counter rebuttal to my rebuttal.
Updated because it becomes more accurate.
It becomes more accurate. Okay. So in other words, when it was previously, it wasn't. It becomes more accurate.
Wait, how could he justify that though? How does he know it's not less accurate?
Stepped in it.
Yeah.
And he generalized. Sometimes the theories were flat out wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the history of science.
I'm sure they're getting more precise on geocentrism, stuff like that, and then it went, whole 180 degree flip.
Yeah. See, what they like to do is they like to argue by generalization. You'll notice what is missing from a lot of their rationale is a lack of specificity. Now, when they do verbalize specificity, it's always half-baked conclusions that can be refuted, right? But they like these half-baked conclusions because it conforms to their model of materialism.
It's half-baked dogma.
There are some things.
Yeah. Do you guys remember the movie The Graduate? Dustin Hoffman says to his father, he goes, Elaine and I are going to get married. And the mother gets excited, calls in the father, and she goes, Benjamin and Elaine are going to get married. He goes, oh, this is wonderful. He goes, let's call her parents. And they go, oh, they don't know yet. They go, well, when did you and Elaine decide this? And he goes, oh, we haven't. He goes, I just decided it now. And the father says, Benjamin, this sounds really half-baked. And he goes, oh, no, it's fully baked.
Things in this universe that we can tell you, like I was telling you before, we do not know beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Good. Then if you don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt, then what you are using as a falsifier for Genesis is not necessarily true. Bye-bye, Thomas. Game over. Lights out.
This guy, I mean, you should really just have this guy's dogma flip with Angel, because Angel should be using beyond reasonable doubt as a lawyer.
Oh, you mean Johnny Angel?
Johnny
by the
Angel.
way, Tippy Bear, you still there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what that means. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, we don't know anything without a shadow of a doubt. So
This is just rhetoric. That's all it is. By the way, Tippy Bear, when you have some time tomorrow, just go onto YouTube in the search field, type Darth Dawkins and Johnny Angel. This guy's an atheist regular on the ACA shows, and he's a lawyer. Okay, watch the interaction between myself and a trained lawyer atheist representative from the ACA. He completely folds and runs away like a scared Girl Scout.
I'll look that up as soon as I find out if Thomas got diddled by a priest, because I'm pretty sure.
Oh gosh, you're so brutal tonight.
I gotta find out.
You are rough, man. You know what? Tippy Bear. You know, I like you. I think you're a smart woman, but I am not going to get on your bad side. You are brutal tonight. Oh.
Just is one of how I see it. There's no reason for him to be going after, hanging out with the LGBT community and posting about, the homosexuality priests that, try to convert homosexuals out of homosexuality.
Well, I would be curious. Do some more research, because sometimes people reveal stuff about them that's inadvertent in the past that they don't realize slips out. Okay, because everybody makes mistakes. I've made mistakes about saying things about my personal background. But that's interesting.
I think he went to one of those conversion therapies.
Oh boy, you are really rough. You are rough. All right, let's continue.
I'll watch a couple of his videos and really figure it out.
Yeah, well, listen, I would be curious, because I'm convinced that a lot of what drives a lot of atheists in America is sexual perversion. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's hanging out with the guy on the
what happened with Dillahunty? Didn't he get? Sorry about that. Well, what happened with Dillahunty? Didn't he have an issue with his wife? Isn't he like wolf out in a few?
Well, there are reports of something that happened, but in all fairness, I don't think that we should get into it, because it is partly rumor. Okay.
I don't know. Dillahunty comes off to me as a wife beater, so I'm just gonna.
Oh man, you are brutal. Oh my gosh.
Just putting that out there. He has that face.
That's
I assume something different, because my interaction with him, the only person to for someone to justify pedophilic thinking, I think they're sick. So that's why I said, well, I wonder what some of these people are dealing with.
Yeah, and for the record, Dillahunty said it doesn't matter what your thoughts are, as long as you don't act upon them. Okay, so that was it. That was his position. All right, let's continue, lest Tippy Bear gets really brutal.
Sorry.
One of those things. We do not know beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're not a brain in a vat or living in a simulation. Okay.
Well, then if you don't know whether or not you're in a simulation, every scientific, quote, fact or provisional conclusion that you appeal to could be a part of a dream state.
See,
so it's game over.
Is it just me, or do most atheists struggle with their own existence?
Oh, yeah. Well, the bottom line is this. Once you say, well, we could be a brain of that, say, good, then end of story, right? Because everything that you say to me, like, well, there's no evidence for God. Well, you see, you can't, there's no evidence in, look, when we're in a dream, and you're in a dream and you find evidence for something, is that evidence for something? No, it's not. It's all make-believe. It's all, dream state. Yeah, so every time, once somebody opponent concedes that we could be a brain in a vat, anytime they make a stipulation of fact and say, yeah, but that's not necessarily true, because you could be a brain in a vat, right?
Yeah.
So once they concede to that, they completely cut their own philosophical throats.
There are things that we measure and we find out that we were wrong about.
Well, you only found out they were wrong about that, but that finding out that you were wrong could be a dream state where you're a brain in a vat, right? And when you found out you were wrong about something, you had a provisional conclusion, then you had another observation, and then an interpretation where you formed another provisional conclusion that was at odds with the previous provisional conclusion. And the new provisional conclusion that made you think the previous one was wrong could be falsified tomorrow.
There are things that we measure.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to appealing to provisional conclusions. The problem is that your opponent has to concede to those provisional conclusions. Because if he doesn't concede to the provisional conclusion, then you can't appeal to it for philosophical support.
Measure over and over and over again. We are never at absolute 100% certainty, no. And I agree with you there. But that does not mean that suddenly your worldview is equally valid and equally viable as something.
That's not our position. Notice the complete ignorance of what we're saying. We're not saying it's equally viable. We're saying it's the only coherent worldview. It's not a better explanation. It's the only explanation.
It's something that we've measured 1,000 times when yours has no scientific evidence whatsoever. It has not.
Okay, what is your materialistic worldview that you've measured that is at odds with the Bible? What is it? You see, you notice he's not giving specifics. All he's simply doing is he's ranting with generalizations, and then he's using those generalizations as a hammer to attack Christianity. Okay? Right. Everybody understand what he's doing? All he's doing is he's generalizing, and then saying these generalizations falsify the Bible.
None. And then you're going to say, just because you have loads and loads of measurements and thousands of different ways that we've looked at this, but it has a 99.99999%.
No, but that 9999% could be a dream state because you're a brain in a vat, right? So do you know whether that 999 measurement is actual or a dream state? Because I'm not the one claiming I could be a brain in a vat, but you are, Thomas Westbrook.
9% of accuracy? Well, it could potentially be wrong because of that.
Wait, listen to his whiny voice. You know, with this whiny voice, Chippy Bear is really beginning to persuade me.
I know. Look, I just posted a video about him and and it says secular sexuality with Eric Murphy, Christy Powell, and Thomas Westbrook. And I really think that, like,
Eric Murphy is definitely.
I think I have a good case, guys.
I think I heard Eric Murphy made a reference that he was on some site. I think he called it Grindr. Okay, if my memory serves me correct, I could be wrong, but I think he mentioned that. Right. So.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good. I love being on. Every single time you invite me, I get so excited. So I'm ready.
Excited? Yeah, yes. This is the right show for that. And back again for the very first time is Thomas West of Holy Kool-Aid fame. Howdy, and thank y'all so much for joining us.
Thanks for letting me come talk about sex.
Yeah. Hey, you.
Don't worry if they start to get inappropriate. If they start to get
making googly eyes. Rewind it just like 2 seconds back. He's making googly eyes.
Right. The guy just don't worry, anybody. If they start to get inappropriate, I will.
Okay.
I will either can it or.
It says sexandtheatheistcommunity.org.
First time is Thomas Westbrook of Holy Kool-Aid fame.
Look.
Howdy, and thank y'all so much for joining us.
Thanks for letting me come talk about sex.
Hi.
Yeah. Hey. You may recognize that this is our first ever dudes only episode.
This just have depravity and just gross written all over it.
Did you see him lean in close?
I agree totally.
Yeah.
Sexuality?
Well, I've heard nobody ever wanted to hear what dudes had to say about sex. So,
I think it's more that they're just goddamn tired of hearing what dudes have to say about sex. We've been kind of dominating the conversation for like 6,000 years or so. So it's a nice opportunity to, give some voices to other people. But I also think that we have a little bit, maybe a little bit of apologizing to say, maybe at least a little bit of acknowledging some of that extra volume that we've been afforded for basically all of our lives.
It's going to be like a bros night.
Bros night. Yeah. I don't know.
By the way, Tippy Bear, I had a dispute with another atheist about Eric Murphy on the right, that he perms his hair, and the guy said it's natural. So I Googled, and I have a picture where his hair is not curly. Right?
I mean, look at the
perms his hair.
hair. Yeah, I'm sure he does. That doesn't look natural.
Yeah.
I mean, it could possibly be, but I don't think so.
No, I have there's a picture of him where it's not permed. So he perms his hair.
I feel like my whole life is an apology. I work on it every day. I promise.
Were you ex-Catholic or no? Okay. Yeah. All right.
It's like I apologize after every sexual encounter, anyways. So
wait, you don't?
Okay, so that's about right. Yeah. Well, that being said,
Yeah. Well,
It just made it.
Thomas is coming off very gay here.
I see.
The idea for
he's really excited.
I think he's
tonight's
the type
episode.
that like has sex with a girl and then cries afterwards.
Oh, sorry. Tippy Bear, come on! Listen, you're being brutal. Come on, you gotta be careful here because we have people who are secretly recording.
I know they're recording, but that's I'm just saying like this is the type of gentleman that comes across as that type of person.
Episode kind of came to me recently when my girlfriend went out of town for a week, and we're missing each other, and things have been kind of dialed up to 11 recently. It's a long time to be apart. Those libidos are flaring, and so there's some texting back and forth too.
Yeah,
women like looking at. There it is. There it is. I knew we were going to get that single entendre as soon as possible.
Look at Thomas Westbrook. He's having a gay old time, isn't he?
Yeah, and the guy in the middle is a creep, though. He's the type.
I'm about ready to puke looking at all this garbage.
Like Bobby in the background.
Oh God!
The guy in the middle is creeping me out. Yeah. I don't know who he is.
His name is Jamie.
He's
Christy.
the type that asks
everything on that set looks creepy.
Well, that's supposed to be
what's going on with that
and Peach, I think, with a mask on.
Yeah, well, you know what's interesting? What's interesting is why is there a connection between atheism and talking about sex? Well, I think we know why.
That's why we have him here. Yep. So we would love to hear sort of your maybe male confessions, or honestly, some things that we may even still have these blinders to. I mean, all three of us are active.
I'm looking at his body language.
Great and international.
Wow.
Look at that picture. The master of ceremonies.
I don't understand that. What ceremony are you performing as an atheist? I don't
Well,
get it.
I guess he's going to be speaking at some situation. He was I guess when this was done, he was the president of the atheist community. I call it the Atheist Church of Austin.
Because where we can be counted, we should. Stand up this March 23rd and join us as we demand to be counted.
International Atheist Day.
Where are these moral things coming from?
Oh, he's the white knight, ain't he? He's the white knight.
I wonder, is International Atheist Day anything like International Speak Like a Pirate Day?
Oh, it's just people discussing their lack of beliefs.
Don't diss on the International Pirates Day, because like
shiver me timbers,
look,
wench.
that is my day.
Listen, wench.
Love to have you join us.
Yes.
All right. So beyond that, we've got.
I don't know if I can take much more of these.
Sure that safety comes first. You know, I would hate to ever ask a 12-year-old to stifle.
Okay.
Well, one thing.
Parent groups of people who are in the same situation, wanting to reach out and kind of get those resources from each other. I highly suggest you check it out, because it may feel very much like you're trying to, wade into this and not exactly knowing which way. But there are people who have forged through this kind of path who might be able to give you advice and share their life experience. And that can be really helpful too.
Yeah, being in community is something we would always recommend. So I hope that ours...
All right, I'm going to see if I can fast forward and see if Thomas Westbrook's talking. Let's see. We have to solve this riddle.
I mean, I could totally be wrong, but I just think this seems a little bit too coincidental. Look at his arm go up. Just go back a little. Like, he's got deep gaze arm.
Everything is, spectacular. It's kind of a pipe dream. And I don't mean to say that to make you stress about it, but
lower that.
Almost
expectations just a little bit.
Yeah. Just so that there's not a lot of pressure on that one sexual experience, because that's.
See, the one thing about some of these atheists, among reasons, one of the reasons why they hate the Bible is because of the biblical prohibitions and restrictions on sexual contact outside of marriage.
100%.
And so because they don't like those restrictions, they want to lash out at Christianity and dump on it. I mean, he has dozens and dozens of videos attacking the Bible. Why does somebody who believes that the Bible's a fairy tale spend all this time? Where are all the videos attacking the false beliefs of aliens on other planets?
I think
Why would anyone
he's
in
trying
the,
to
why would
justify
anyone
his sexuality, and attacking the Bible would be the best way to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, if he's a brain in a vat, why would he be? I mean, why would a brain in a vat
Because
be
it
arguing
affects
about
him.
this?
It obviously affects him, especially if he's gone through conversion therapy. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that's true. I'm just, this is all just theory, but I think I have a good case. I can't hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't holding them.
Personal choice for how they carry themselves or how they dress or what they do. If it doesn't fall in line with what your preconceived notions and, preconceptions of what it means to be their specific gender is, that's still their goddamn choice.
Yeah.
And that's still something that if you're actually going to behave like a decent human being, you accept and you acknowledge, and you know what? It doesn't affect you.
Yeah.
So it's, I think what I've kind of gathered from, the internet's notion, the kind of mainstream, triggered angry notion of, oh, you're just, misandristic, and you don't, you think that to be masculine is to be toxic, versus what it actually is it's taking things like bullying and it's saying that's not healthy masculinity. That's a toxic side of these stereotypes of,
and we've
masculinity. Would you say that that's...
Yeah, it's like by criticizing anything.
Case closed.
Somebody go onto Holy Kool-Aid and just peruse through his videos and see what you come up with. Should be interesting. All right, I don't know if I could take any more of these.
Okay, you don't have to play anymore. I just saw that, and I'm telling you, that's the vibe that I'm getting.
Interesting.
Because of that 0.001%, therefore it's on equal footing with the Bible? What kind of reasoning is that? It's not. It's absurd nonsense. Face it.
Well,
he's mad.
Yeah, he's like screeching out there.
He hates the Bible, doesn't he?
Obviously, look at the rainbow colors in the background.
Well, that's not his doing. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
You unmuted.
I'd already taken you off hold. Sorry, you're back off hold.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay, so sugar cakes. Since we're going to be friendly here, yeah. If you say that scientific provisional statements falsify verses in Genesis, how does something that's provisional falsify something else when you don't know that the provisional stipulation is true or not?
Because we know that that
one of these things carries greater.
Oh, shut up, Jamie! You dumb idiot.
Weight. So
if they're provisional, they're not. Listen carefully. If they're provisional, they're not necessarily true, Thomas.
And yes, and the Bible was provisional as well.
Okay, now did you see what he just conceded to? He just proceeded to appeal to provisional conclusions in science in order to falsify it. Right? Now I've smoked him out. Right? Now he can't use provisional conclusions to falsify the Bible unless I agree with the provisional conclusions. Now he's going, well, the Bible had provisional conclusions too. I mean, this guy's a train wreck.
Is less than provisional.
You're telling me that a provisional conclusion that is not necessarily true falsifies something when you don't know.
So let's look at the
bright side. Let's look at the gay side.
Look at what it falsifies. All right, because there is an answer to this. Let's look at what it falsifies. So we have two propositions, an explanation, actually, an explanation.
Oh my gosh. There's only so much of him speaking like a beauty pageant contestant explaining how to solve world peace. I mean, there's only so much I can take of this guy.
That's provided through the scientific method that has been replicated many times versus an explanation that is promulgated in the text of the Bible. How could we weigh those two things and compare them in order to determine which one accurately describes reality?
Well, unfortunately, when you're operating outside the Christian worldview, you yourself have admitted you don't have a foundation of absolutes for science, or do you?
I'm not claiming. Two, you didn't answer my question. Three, the Christian worldview, the beginning of this entire thing.
Notice total evasion of my question.
Was, you don't have a justification for rationality. You don't have a justification for rationality. Using rationality, you can determine what evidence is and causal links. That's the entire crux of your point.
This guy's an idiot. Does anybody see what a dumb idiot this guy is?
Point. And using that, you understand that reality contradicts the Bible. So
reality contradicts the Bible. Did everybody hear that? Reality contradicts the Bible.
It's pure stupidity.
Yeah? What reality? Okay?
Given that a Christian worldview that included the accuracy of the Bible contradicts itself, why would you continue to hold it?
Now, can you tell me, Jamie, you said reality contradicts the Bible. Can you tell me one absolute in reality that contradicts the Bible? Because remember, you don't believe it.
You see how I've cornered him now? He's been absolutely cornered. Tell me one absolute in reality that you can appeal to and defend that would contradict the Bible.
I have a question before you go, Darth. So
yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to know if you've read the book I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist.
I haven't read it yet, but I have it.
Okay, I sent it to a friend of mine who's an atheist. So I wanted a short book review. So if I'm going to go see them again this weekend and see if they've read any of that.
The best thing you can do is you don't argue for the probability of God. You don't argue for the probability of Christianity. What we have to show them is that the Christian God's self-disclosure of himself, his attributes, are the only metaphysical foundation upon which there can be human reason and intelligibility.
Right. We just got into like a whole debacle, and it's my best friend's husband. My best friend's Jewish, but she's basically an atheist wearing a Jew coat, and her husband's atheist. And they were, we got into a little, debate. Nothing, we're friends and everything. And I just was like, well, I know who Frank Turek is, and I'm gonna, the reviews on the book are really good. I wanted to see if anybody had read that book and if it was a good selection.
You got to understand that there are very few people, once they become atheists, in my understanding, who abandon atheism.
I was a former atheist, Darth, so there's
that's rare. That's rare. Okay. I would rather listen to bonehead Thomas Westbrook than the stupidity coming from Jamie's mouth.
Believe in
absolute. Well, you believe that the Bible is absolute.
No.
And the,
At no point in time.
I've got a point.
All right. At no point.
Boy, that was a gay moment. Did you see that? Hear that? Watch that. Watch that, Tippy Bear. What do you think? Is your gaydar up and running?
Let me see.
Okay, watch. Tell me if it goes into the red zone.
Included the accuracy of the Bible contradicts itself. Why would you continue to hold it?
Now, can you tell me, Jamie, you said reality contradicts the Bible. Can you tell me one absolute in reality that contradicts the Bible? Because remember, you don't believe in absolute.
Well, you believe that the Bible is absolute.
No.
And the,
At no point in time.
I've got a point.
All right. At no point in time in my answer did I use the word absolute or assert that there was such a thing.
Was that a gay moment?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't want to rain on anybody's gay parade, but
did it go into the red zone?
yeah, I think so. Just a lot of hand movements, and I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Maybe I should just message him.
Yeah,
and
but
ask
you could
him.
wait a minute. But you could be a brain in a vat, you know.
I could be. I really feel like maybe I should message him and ask him if he's been, you know.
You could actually be an atom floating in a sea of sugar muffins.
I mean, I could be. It's unlikely.
Yeah.
Sugar muffins.
The thing. If I follow your reasoning, your logic, and say a Christian worldview that includes the accuracy of the Bible accurately describes this, well,
is this a gay man getting angry? Is this gay fury?
well, let's follow the fucking reason and your fuck.
Wow, he's getting rough around the edges.
I think that's typical atheist. You know, they throw the F word around a lot.
Gay fury got me.
Well, you know, I drop an F-bomb every once in a while, and
I say shit. I try to avoid.
I shouldn't do it. So
fucking reason leads to things justified by the Bible that would contradict it. Something that is self-contradictory is not self-asserting to any reasonable degree.
But it gets even better than that, because you said that we cannot use something.
It gets better.
Man, I'm telling you.
Darth, did you hear that Tom Rabbit he has a GoFundMe because God smited his computer?
What happened?
Tom Rabbit, he has a GoFundMe up right now to buy him a new computer because God smited his computer and destroyed it.
Well, who said God smited his computer?
Well, it was a power surge.
Okay. Well, why would he need a GoFundMe when he's making all that money off of the secret recordings of me on his YouTube videos?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah.
Something absolute. Hang on. You said, can we use something absolute to disprove the Bible if we don't believe in absolutes? Well, you do believe in absolutes. Okay. You believe that the Bible is absolute. So if we could use the Bible as the standard of what's absolute, we could use the Bible to disprove the Bible if it's internally inconsistent, correct? Well, I hate to break it to you, but the Bible is vastly internally inconsistent.
Yeah, where?
I can show you passage after passage.
Good, here we go. Generalizations.
Where the Bible contradicts itself.
Yeah, well, give me one. Go ahead, give me one.
So
right. Now you're talking about claims here. Now you said that there is something in science that falsifies Genesis. Can you give me one singular proposition from science that is absolute and not provisional? That falsifies
Can you give us any assertion that is?
Notice how Gay Boy cuts me off again. Right? He won't even let me finish.
Absolute and not provisional. I know you like talking to Thomas because then you're not talking to me. No, there is nothing.
It's because I call him Sugar Muffin.
I'll talk to you. Okay, good. Yeah, well, yeah, that's okay, Sugar Cakes. Now, Jamie, if you are saying that something falsifies the Bible
falsifies the Bible.
Right. So, well, if the Bible falsifies the Bible,
then it's not a reliable source of information or justification for rationality.
Are we going to have a conversation here, or are you just going to talk over me?
I think we're going to do both, probably.
Okay. Yeah, of course you do, because you know what? Because you don't want me to answer back.
We've been trying to get you to answer back this entire time.
I apologize. I apologize. I've been very flippant in the last couple times I've responded to you and interjected. I would like to hear your response.
It's okay. It's okay, sugar cakes. It's okay, sugar muffin. All right. Now, you said reality falsifies the Bible. That presupposes that there's a fundamental law of non-contradiction. Do you believe that there's an absolute law of non-contradiction, Jamie?
I don't believe in anything absolutely.
You don't believe in anything absolutely, then you can't say the Bible contradicts itself.
This is dreadful.
Game over.
All right,
Call
I
her
think
a sugar muffin? Oh, give me a break.
Well, I'm just trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. You know, they want to be rough and tumble with me. I could be rough and tumble back. So, well, I think I'm going to have to wrap that up for them, because I got to get to bed. But oh my gosh, what a roller coaster with these clowns. You know, they can't have a conversation or a debate that's a level playing field. Okay, that's why they think they're victorious in these conversations. You know, because they mute, they change the subject, they move the goalposts. But I think you're persuading me about Thomas Westbrook.
I'm telling you, I think I have a good case.
So far, you're beginning to convince me.
I think I should just message him on Twitter and ask
Well,
him.
the fact that he was with that parade, I mean, whoa.
Yeah, I know. Not only that, but he's surrounding himself with a whole bunch of other gay people, and he's like talking about gay conversion therapy.
Oh, wait a minute. Where? What are you referring to there?
I posted it in the chat a little earlier. Oops. He has that on his Twitter. Let me go through a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Conversion therapy founder comes out publicly as gay. Why would he post that? Conversion therapy is not just a lie. How would he know? It's very harmful. I was a religious zealot that hurt people.
I think he's quoting that guy.
Yeah, that is a quote, but I'm just saying, why is he talking about conversion therapy? How does that affect him?
Let's see. So is he in that picture? In the Twitter?
No, that's not him in the
No,
picture.
I'm talking about in the one below.
That's him. Yeah, that's him. He says he's in there. He said, I felt pretty safe with the protesters of the Make America Straight Again conference. Meanwhile, the right-wing conference organizers were advocating for the death of all members of LBGT community. Which I don't see.
Hold on. Okay, Make America Straight Again was calling for his death.
It's basically a mockery.
No. Where were they? Wait a minute. Listen, the right-wing conference organizers, Make America Straight Again. I mean, I find that hard to believe that that's factual, that they were calling for the death.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's an exaggeration, and you don't go to a gay pride thing unless that's you have to be invited to stuff like that. You know, it's not something you just stumble upon.
Well,
do you know what I mean? Maybe fell on his.
Maybe he saw them driving by one day, and he just thought that they were just very happy and gay people, and he wanted to join in all the fun.
These are organized events, and you have to be in that club to go to those club things. This isn't something you just drive upon and you're like, hey, let me get out of my car and take a picture. I'm just... Am I wrong? Anybody, please feel free to step in and correct them.
I think you're onto something. You know, I think you're onto something. All right. Anyway, I got to get to bed, folks. But that was just. I'm glad that I haven't watched this video in a long time, because the level of stupidity coming from Thomas Westbrook is just staggering. He's so bad. Ooh.
Sorry,
What kind of dog is that?
She's a Chow Shepherd mix.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to mess with that dog.
Yeah, most people don't.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I got to hit the sack. See you tomorrow.
Her name is Allahu Akbar. Nobody comes around here. I call her.
Now everybody's going to leave, huh?
No, I'm going to stick around for a couple more minutes. Am I wrong to assume? I think this guy's gay.
Are there any atheists in here? Ed Freeze, what is your want to explain your worldview to everyone here?